Okay, Council, it's 5:51. Mr. Clerk, can I call this meeting to order? Council, if I can get a motion to approve the agenda with the amendments, and the extra delegations, and Council, if I, the one delegation, the last one added, Ms. Sandra Ferry, the Executive Director through our Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, she has another meeting right after this, so if we could, if everyone's okay to move her up to be first, so she could, so we can include that as part of the approval of the agenda, I would appreciate it. So moved by Councillor Humphrey, seconded by Councillor Gilliland. Any comments or questions? Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to express my concern about this agenda item, this discussion coming straight to a council meeting. I'm not sure why we didn't follow, in my view, the normal procedure where it would come to a GC. We'd have a week, kind of a sober second thought, and then to a council meeting. And I'm bothered by the fact that I have to potentially make a $35 million decision straight to council, having the material 5 days ago, last Friday, of March break. Not only for myself, perhaps also for the public. I just feel that this kind of a decision, and I'm not suggesting we delay months. What I would have liked to have seen is it follow, like every other decision we make, to General Committee. We have a week to think about, and a sober second thought. That's the whole purpose of that distinction. And then we make a final decision. Yet tonight, we potentially could be making straight on a $35 million decision. And I certainly won't be moving or supporting that concept. My preference would have been, and would continue to be, to have that week's grace to think about the decision and then make a final decision. Again, not only for me, but also for the public. I realize that perhaps those who have been on council before may, feel many meetings have been had, and I think if we separate the addition to Church Street School away from the actual library square, the addition to Church Street School really has not had that much public input. Perhaps 2 meetings. I think about a year ago, it went from a concept to a moving forward to some serious designs. So I'm expressing my concerns, and I hope we can address them.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Your concerns are noted. I'll just mention, and maybe the CEO will elaborate on that, as we've had since 2015 93 meetings in regards to Library Square and to the construction of this. This council at this table has had, I think, close to maybe about a month. We've each personally met with our CAO and with our director to discuss the financials, the operating, the business aspect of this. And so we've all had ample time to think about this. To say that we only have 5 days to look at this, I think that's a little bit misleading, but your comments are noted, and I'll ask for the vote. Councillor Garner.
I give my turn to Councillor Gallo so he can follow what he was saying.
Councillor Gallo, second time.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if my comments are misleading. The business plan to this project was released on Friday, probably close to 200 pages. I had never seen that document prior to Friday. Our discussions, yes, we've had many, but that's very, very new and very fresh, and actually quite good, because it had some good information that for me was lacking. So I'm not so sure I was misleading.
Thank you. Call the vote. All those in favor, using your tabulators. That carries. That carries. Okay, so I'll ask for any declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, go to our delegations. First up, we'll have Sandra Ferry, Executive Director of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Ferry, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and members of the gallery. My name is Sandra Ferry. I'm the Executive Director of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. The Aurora Chamber of Commerce has had many questions from our members regarding the amount of traffic coming to the downtown core and the number of vacant business locations. Vacancies in business environments are never a good thing. Revitalization and improvements to the downtown core of Aurora to increase and draw more people to the downtown core and to Aurora in general is beneficial for all businesses in Aurora. The Aurora Chamber of Commerce is excited about this initiative, as improvements to the downtown core are sure to increase traffic to the businesses and improve economic health of Aurora. While we're excited by this initiative, we are also cautious of the increased expenses associated with this initiative and request that the town continue to provide updates on taxation and operational implications that the Chamber can share with its members. In closing, the Aurora Chamber of Commerce is excited about this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferry. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Councilor Gardner.
Hi.
Hi.
Could you maybe say one or two of the most important questions that you've received?
Mostly about the foot traffic on Yonge Street and the closing of businesses, so the vacant properties.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferry. Oh, you didn't push your button, Councilor Humphries.
Thank you,
Councilor Humphries.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Ms. Ferry, for coming this evening and representing the Chamber, the business of Aurora. One of the key reasons that this is so critical is to do what it's supposed to do, is revitalize downtown and have a destination for people to go, a place that, you know, you can't help but want to be there. And I am concerned about those empty, vacant businesses in downtown. It breaks my heart. And no matter what, downtown is the heart of Aurora. It's the heritage piece of our town. So just, you know, from your perspective, I mean, I'm sure the business would be very excited about this in terms of maybe you want to open new stores, come downtown.
Absolutely.
Because there's a draw, right?
That's right. We're hoping that this will be the draw that starts to bring those businesses back to the downtown core and get that foot traffic moving again.
Sure, perfect. And you know, perfect. And from my perspective, when that starts happening, it just will continue to grow, and more things will evolve and become, you know, this area that will be so vivid and so alive, and you know, have those doors swinging open so these businesses have people coming in and buying from them and really thriving. So I'm hoping for that, and thank you tonight for coming to share that you're excited and that the businesses of Aurora are. Thanks.
Yeah, I think this could be the start of an organic revitalization.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferry.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Can I get a motion to receive the delegation? Moved by Councilor Humphrey, second by Councilor Kim. All those in favor, using your tabulator. That carries. Next up, we have Joanne Russo, representing Aurora BIA. Welcome, Ms. Russo. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. On behalf of the BIA committee and appointed delegate, we are here to provide our support with the development of our Library Square. We as a board feel that the development of Library Square will revitalize the downtown core and bring a stronger community.
Joanne, can I ask you just to be a bit closer to the mic?
Closer?
Yes. a little
Oh,
bit,
okay.
yes.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I sound
No,
so loud
okay.
from this side.
It's just, some people were going doing this
Oh,
back there,
okay.
so.
We are excited to be a part of the new transformation to our town, as we feel it will bring residents, visitors, and businesses together, not only today, but generations to come. Together with the development of Library Square and the formation of the BIA, our downtown core will become the jewel of Aurora once again, while embracing our heritage and celebrating the future ahead. Thank you. We're excited.
Thank you, Ms. Russo. Councilor Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm commenting because it means a lot to me in terms of what you just said, the jewel of Aurora once again. You know, the heritage of Aurora, my mother-in-law is third generation Auroran, and Cousins Dairy, you know, you name it, the businesses in Aurora. I mean, this is where everybody went to shop, the butchers, the butcher shops, the banks, you know, clothes. You went downtown and, you know, you drive through there and you just keep hoping there's a few glimpses of some success, but we really need to work hard. And I'm so excited that the BIA is just recently formed, that you can provide another strong voice on behalf of the businesses of what you need to be successful. So yourself, along with the chamber, I mean, this is exactly what we want. We've wanted it for so long. And the discussion's been going on for, well, I've been on council for almost 9 years, so 9 solid years, and before us, many more. So thank you so much for just confirming that, yes, we're going in the right direction. And while we need to be cautious with how it goes and making sure that the spend is accurate, and, but I do believe it's absolutely what we have to do to help. So thank you so much for representing, and congratulations on your new position.
Thank you,
with the
Speaker.
BIA.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Russo.
Thank you.
We got a motion to receive. Councillor Gilliland, Councillor Thompson. Call the vote. That carries. Next, we have Suzanne Haynes, Executive Director, Aurora Cultural Center. Ms. Haynes, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor, members of council, and residents in the gallery. I'm Suzanne Haynes, Executive Director for the Aurora Cultural Center. I'm here representing the Cultural Center regarding the project on the agenda this evening. I joined the Aurora Cultural Center in June of 2017 as council was contemplating investment in the cultural precinct through the Photon Plan. The Aurora Cultural Center had been involved in consultations through the Promenade Plan, the Cultural Master Plan, and watched as council considered moving these plans forward through a significant cultural investment. In August of 2017, the Aurora Cultural Center was asked to provide initial comment, concerns, and suggestions on the RFP to the provision of consulting services to prepare a site plan for Library Square as input to the project. The board wrote a letter in response which outlined broadly where the organization was currently, where it intended to go for the future, and what kind of cultural infrastructure would be helpful to support the future direction. The latter included a fully equipped purpose-built performance space, educational space for classes with multi-genre use, artistic practice and or creation space, administrative and technical space required to operate the facility, indoor gathering lobby space for celebration, marshalling, and or communication to the audiences, outdoor gathering space for celebration, activation of cultural product and educational classes, and storage for program-specific items, operational documentation, and general shared use items like easels, staging, lighting, etc., that could be used by anyone using the facility. The letter also outlined that there was a need to understand the viability of any additional purpose-built space through a needs assessment of the current cultural partners and an understanding of their future strategic objectives, a study of the current cultural infrastructure in Aurora to discover its occupancy, usage, accessibility, and suitability to meet the community needs, a market analysis of the audience and potential client base to use the space to support operations, and an understanding of the municipal investment required to support such an operation on an ongoing basis. Much of this work has happened to build the plans you have before you. In March 2018, I was asked for and provided further definition on the broad list with the detailed outline of what was meant by each item. And over the course of the project to date, the Aurora Cultural Center board and staff have been invited in to discuss and provide expert advice on planning ideas to support the architectural design of the addition, and been asked to provide detailed descriptions of our operations and financials to help build the business plan. Generally, the feedback has been heard and has guided each iteration of design and informed the business plan you have before you. We continue to have transparency in our operations and participate fully as asked. I'd like to now make a couple comments on what's before you this evening. In regards to the plan for the outdoor square, there's a new component of a water wall adjacent to the existing facility. You'll be considering this element tonight, and I have a caution about power, vibration, and water noise of this feature impacting the ability to use the existing facility or new facility for recording, acoustical performance, and other such uses. Power generators, water noise, HVAC and mechanical systems, and any other manufactured vibrations affect instruments, performance, and performing arts use, and ultimately the reputation of the quality of the facility for these uses. These are important considerations as the design evolves, and hopefully input will be sought as to location and isolation of those mechanical systems if it is to be physically connected to the building in any way. In relation to the addition, while we did not indicate that food services were a requirement in our initial list, quality culinary services and art go very well together, and I'm glad to see it still in consideration. A glass of wine, a good dinner, and desserts after are part of a fulsome experience, as consuming art is a social activity where discussion is often sought after. Also, other users will want to be able to get a quick lunch or snack as they use the facility for classes or wait for kids in the sunshine of the piazza. Ideally, this space could be leased to a commercial food entity and provide a supportive revenue source that complements the overall plan for public-private activation in the whole of downtown and throughout the BIA district. Lastly, as I mentioned, we've had the opportunity to participate in consultations on the design elements of the addition and are in full support of the bump out on the plans to enable a reasonable performance space and maintain the 250-seat configuration in the plans. The Aurora Cultural Center has shown its support of the project through active participation with town staff, the planning partnership, Raw Design, and Intercom to bring our expertise to the project, including review of plans, detailed consultative responses, tours of like facilities, suggestion of input sources, and transparency in our operations and plans for the future. Our hope is to help to make this project something the community can be proud of and make excellent use of. As we've seen in many other communities where there is an investment in cultural infrastructure, it has a positive ripple effect on the quality of life in a community. We look forward to seeing this project move forward and continue to work with our cultural partners, community stakeholders, project consultants, and town council and staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne, for being here tonight. Not only are you the Executive Director of ACC, but you were formerly the Executive Director of the Burlington Performance Arts Center. So, you know, I welcome your insight. And so I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the business plan, but if you have, I'm curious to know your thoughts on whether or not the revenue assumptions and the business plan is, I guess, achievable or reasonable in your learned experience.
Ms. Haynes?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I would say yes. Certainly, we were part of the consultation on our part of what we currently generate and also what we hope for in the future with this facility. The Burlington Performing Arts Center is a much larger space with a larger budget than even is being projected here. I do think that there's other inputs that were also behind some of those numbers in terms of what the town is achieving on their projects and programs, which would be part of the venue, so I do feel like it is a reasonable expectation.
Great. Thank you for your insight.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Suzanne, for delegating. I just wanted to respond to one of the concerns that you had regarding the acoustics with the water feature. Our director, Ms. McDougall, had emailed us later on today and did say that the mechanical system that houses the waterfall feature will be housed in a separate structure or building, so that it will not be attached to any of the existing buildings. So that should alleviate some of that those concerns.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I was going to touch on that point, but thank you again for being here this evening, and thank you for mentioning Piazza, because 8 years ago, it started off with that idea of a piazza when we were trying to decide what to do with the old library and the old fire hall. So thank you for bringing that back, because I think there's going to be a lot of an element of that in there. But thank you very much for your input. I appreciate it very much, and really appreciate your involvement throughout the whole process.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Suzanne, thank you for coming and presenting. In terms of the operating forecast, you had mentioned that you're comfortable with it. How much, what contribution did the cultural center give to some of those numbers? And there's obviously some grants in there and some what I would deem to be pretty large user fees, particularly in the first year. How much contribution did the center give towards those numbers?
Ms. Haynes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We shared our financial documents with the consultants, and we also talked at length about what kinds of, what growth would look like within the organization, put some pro forma together, and sent that off also to the consultant for consideration in terms of what would stay in the Aurora Cultural Center as it is, the current facility in Brevic Hall, what would be appropriate to move over to a technically sound space that where we require more space, and what we would like to add in terms of programming. So, taking our revenues that we generate right now, we had a sense of where we might be able to either double the activity or get to almost double. I would also say that, I wasn't involved in the final iteration of what that budget looked like. I only provided our part. Certainly on our own, with our own programming, we weren't looking at that kind of number, so I would recommend that you also ask that of the consultants when you hear
Thank you.
from
That'll
them.
be my next.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Ms. Haynes, thank you very much. I also just want to point out and thank you, because I know you had a lot of work in bringing up the cultural grant that we're looking at, and a possibility of 13.5 million coming from the Fed. So I appreciate your work on that and bringing that to staff's attention and having them go out and do the work on it. So thank you very much, and it's great to have your support and you to continue to collaborate in this exciting project. So thank you. We had a motion to receive, moved by Councillor Humphreys, seconded by Councillor Gartner. Call the vote. That carries. Next, we have Mr. Bruce Gorman, Chief Executive Officer, Aurora Public Library. Mr. Gorman, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Councillors, happy to be here. So it was almost 9 years ago to the day that I stood in front of council in Halifax and asked council to approve the Halifax Central Library project. And fortunately, on that day, October 30th, 2010, they did. And that was a day that changed the trajectory of the city of Halifax forever. Looking back now, my hopes and dreams were realized like I couldn't have imagined. An architectural gem for the city, a beacon on the landscape, iconic, but most importantly was what went on inside that facility, the relationships, the art, the culture, the education, the events, the endless activities that inform people's lives in Halifax for years and generations to come. And right now, here tonight, the same opportunity is here in Aurora. Never thought that I would have this opportunity to be part of something again, but I do. Will it be easy? No, it won't. This is from a lot of experience. Will you have questions answered to everything right now or tomorrow or the next day? You will not. But you have time. We have time to move forward now and answer some of these important questions. If that was the case, I would have never built Central Library. It would have never gotten built. It's important that you realize how important tonight is here in Aurora. I come from experience. This is a golden opportunity for everybody here in Aurora to step up and make today, this day, the day that we say Aurora changed forever. Now, we, the library, are your partners along this journey. We are an engine of success for you, for sure. Last week, for our March break, we had 15,000 people in our library. So we want to be your partners along the way. We will be an important part of making this really successful. I want to touch quickly on the parking. So we were equal partners in the parking study that just occurred. I've seen some in the past that were done, not particularly fulsome. But this one, it did everything I could have asked it to do. Parking is always going to be an issue. It provided some short-term strategies, as you all know, and some long-term strategies. I'm excited about additional spots on Church Street, but it was a good parking study. We provided a lot of input. The town did too. We have to be pragmatic. Here we are. I think when you get to that study, pay close attention to what was attempted to do here. One last thing is the interconnection between the library and the new facility. So there's been discussion there. My colleague, Ms. McDougall, characterized it as a way that we could have conferences in the facility. And I would agree with that, but I would go further and say it would be quite unique and remarkable interconnection, intertwining, a way that we could organically live in this space together. I don't think in the many, many libraries I've visited, I've seen the amalgamation of culture and library like this would present. So as I've said to you, Council, previously, we would be very interested in talking to Council about a bridge between the two facilities. I think it would add a unique element to this square. We're your partners here for sure. We look forward to great things in the future, and please consider these reports tonight carefully and consider the future of Aurora. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Any comments or questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Bruce, for being here. I've had the good fortune of touring that library in Halifax the last time we were there for a conference. I agree, it's incredible what they've done there, and they've gone well beyond the traditional books to create all kinds of intriguing spaces. But you did mention that as you went through that process, there were some things that needed to be dealt with on an ongoing basis, or you couldn't necessarily answer in the initial stages. Was parking or accessibility or some of the issues that you tackled along the way, or if not, can you give an example?
Mr. Gorman?
So parking is always a concern wherever you are. The previous library in Halifax had 0 parking anywhere. So the studies that we did, some previous, some after, on the traffic flow of the area, led to us creating what we thought was the right amount of spaces, which is similar to what you have done tonight. You know, I can't go into all the uniqueness of issues that hadn't been resolved, the minutia of that. That shouldn't get in the way. We are a group of great, intelligent people here, and we can solve those problems along the way. But right now, don't let that minutia stop you from the big picture. That's what I would say.
Thank you, Bruce.
Councillor Thompson. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you, Bruce, for coming out. Really appreciate you being here this evening. Get a motion to receive and refer. Moved by Councillor Gilliland, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Call the vote. That carries. Last delegation we have tonight is Mr. David Hurd, President. Thank you for coming, Mr. Hurd. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I too did my best due diligence to read through all the documents. It's a lot of reads. And I did want to reach out to the community. I heard a lot of people having opinions on this particular project. As you probably know, I have been very involved in the downtown core for probably over a decade. We're doing the numbers now, I know it's in the thousands of people in walking tours and into businesses. and recently involved in the past couple of years in helping businesses with marketing, ambience, and had some amazing success with some businesses in the downtown core who are seeing an increase in traffic and financial success. So I'm not new to this. In 2011, I was before council, the beginning of Mayor Dawes' first term, on this particular area. And it was a project that I spoke about called the Aurora Heritage Square and Community Development Centers. And it focused on the heritage of the area and my concern for the historic buildings along Mosley. And the development centers was because there was incredible wealth of buildings there, like Canadian Mental Health and the churches and the faith and everything. And what a great location to collect community. So I'm not against this. But what I wanted to do was talk to the public and hear. I mean, I was surprised at the time of this meeting. I got to admit, a lot of people can't get here. So I went out over the past few days and talked to businesses in the downtown core. I've talked to citizens, and yes, a lot of them have concerns. This is no slam dunk. I can tell you that right now. The concerns were, of course, parking. The concerns were cost, running forward. What is it going to cost to continue to, run the building? Would it run it as a deficit? The price is shocking to a lot of people in this economic times. The other thing was there was, I heard the other night, there was 2 members, all committee members, spoke about this build. And one of them, I'll call him an expert, who did a historic building on Mosley Street. And he spoke of concerns about the water in that area. We know there's Niagara Falls going under that area. We know that. It's like 1,000 gallons a day down. I think we're an hour down the street in a water tower just down the street, back in the day. One of the concerns I have and that people had is, like, can this council, and I didn't read it in the documents, correct me if I'm wrong, can guarantee 100,000, 10% the integrity of these historic buildings? That's a concern. We heard the gentleman talk about his sump pump runs like every 7 seconds. Church Street School, if something happened, wow, wouldn't that be a shock? What about all those other historic buildings around there? The other thing is, I was curious too. If they're going to do, the side of that building, is the museum going to have to move? Are they going to have to move all the artifacts out? What about the cost of things like this? There's a lot of questions that people had. And I will say this, an interesting thing happened today, and I'm glad I ran in the election. Sometimes I'm glad I didn't get elected because then I have to do your job. I had a contact today from a gentleman that I met during the election who wants to sit down and talk. And in 2011, when I spoke with the Aurora Heritage Square, I spoke about a possible like godsend to this area for parking was an adjacent property. I think it's like 80 steps. It takes less than a minute to walk from this property. And I mentioned it in the proposal. And the shocking thing that happened today is I got a phone call from the owner of that property, and there is an interest to make the property available. So if the public has any concerns about parking, I think the problems may have just got completely wiped out. So I will add this. Maybe this project in some ways, if it's going to go through, it's going to go through, but maybe if it could slow down. If we're talking about underground parking and things that can put a little bit less stress on this building and potential buildings around there to do with parking, this gentleman may have just answered those problems too. So we just ticked off one of the public's concerns. Also, I want to add, word came out this week, there's a 600-seat theater planned build here in town with a balcony at the Salvation Army facility. So that's a community partner, I would say. I think we need to look at that also. They do a lot of amazing stuff for the community, and that's why I support Sally Ann. Even their stores, because 95% of the money comes back in the community and help build that. So that's my story from the members of the public. I'm sticking to it, and I just hope this all works out for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Any comments or questions for Mr. Hurd? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Hurd, for coming out this evening. We had a motion to receive and refer. Councillor Gallo, Councillor Gardner, call the vote. That carries. Okay, Council, we are going to move into consideration of items requiring discussion. Before we go through this, I believe we're going to slightly take a different approach to this, as every item is somewhat intertwined. I believe we've each had a bit of a conversation on this, that it would be difficult for us to vote on one item, because if you say yes to one, you're kind of tying yourself on the next item. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through and debate each item. We'll move it, debate it, and then we'll come back and we'll vote on each item individually at the end after we've debated everything. And if everyone's comfortable with that, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Council's good? Okay, so we'll start with item number 1. Library Square Planning Policy Conformity Report. If I can start with a motion, the recommendation. Anyone want to move that? Councillor Humphreys, seconded by Councillor Gilliland. Any comments or questions on that one? Nope. Okay, we're going to move to item number 2 then. Item number 2, Library Square, Outdoor Square. Can I get someone to move that recommendation? Presentation is number 4. It's the business plan. It's number 4. The other ones don't have a presentation. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Gardner.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that was for number 1. I'll bring it.
You want to speak to number 1?
I think we're already in number 2.
It's okay, we can go back. I'll let you speak. This is very intertwined, so speak to number 1.
What I wanted to speak to, number 1, is a lot about the planning policy, the provincial planning policy, and how we fall into line with that. And I would like to say that the provincial policy plans are quite clear that we have to be preparing ourselves for climate change. And also our own asset management plan that we've just passed is very clear about planning for a life cycle of a building in the new context of climate change, and mostly with respect to flooding. Now, I haven't heard any comment about how the square and the building has done that. We have talked about, or we are talking tonight about, how the close to the surface water is going to be controlled. But nobody's mentioned anything about climate change. So at some point I would like to have, I would like to know how this building and square is going to be constructed to take into account the potentially 150-year storms that may occur in the not too far distant future. And I believe there was one a little bit north of us in the summer a couple of years ago. And I don't know why there's silence on this, and I don't know why everybody isn't jumping up and down to say we've got to deal with this. It's just smart.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gallo, is this the number 1 or number 2?
Number 2.
Number 2? Okay.
So just so I'm correct in terms of what we have before us. So we are approving $8.3 million for the square. That's what this resolution is telling us, and approving this tonight, it virtually moves forward. My problem is, and it's going to be the same for both projects, is, well, multifolded, but my number 1 issue, I think, is the funding model. And let me back up a bit. I want to first say that while I don't want to speak for anyone else at the table, if anyone knows me, I am a huge proponent of the arts and the value that it brings to children all the way up to and the value that it brings to a stable community. I wouldn't have been part of the Cultural Center Board if I didn't believe that. I wouldn't do so many things with my children if I didn't believe that. And I wholeheartedly believe in this project and in this building, and I really want it to succeed. Having said that, kind of taking off my private citizen's hat and understanding the benefits that provides, and putting on my counselor's hat and being responsible to the taxpayer, I can't approve, not only from what I said in terms of our meetings, but the funding model, just to me, it doesn't make sense yet. Particularly the $14 million from the, I think it's Canada Cultural Spaces Plan. Should we get that, I think it's an absolute no-brainer that we move forward with this project. Unfortunately, the way these motions are worded, whether we get that or not, we still move forward with this project, and we have to somehow make up $14 million. And I have no plan in front of me on how to make up $14 million, half of the cost of the addition to 22 Church Street. And it's my understanding that we will know sometime in either June or July, perhaps, Mr. CA, you can advise when that is. And my desire to move this forward is huge. But I would prefer, and I would be moving a motion to this extent, to support these two projects subject to receiving those funds. If we don't do that, then I need a solid financial plan on how we're going to fund that $14 million. And without that, it certainly does not have my support. And I would encourage all of you to do the same. The drawbacks to that perhaps are a delay of a few months in the project. But I think a fund of $14 million is not a bad compromise. I am jaded to the extent that I went through the joint operations fiasco, and that's not an understatement. And I went through it from the beginning. And while I don't want to say this is the same process, my guard is up because I do not want that to happen again. And I don't think anyone wants that to happen again. And to me, approving this without a solid funding plan is moving down that road, unfortunately. If you look at the report, the funding plan for this is literally a small chart out of some 200 pages. It's literally 10 sentences of where this money is coming from. And I don't have a problem with it. Actually, I could support that. But I need to be confident that that $14 million is in the bank. And then I'm happy to move the project forward. So I'm going to pause now and perhaps listen to some others if they have any comments. But at some point, I guess when it comes to a vote on this or the other, I would move a motion to support this subject to the receiving the funds from the Canada Cultural Spaces grant. But I would like to hear the timing of that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Did you want an answer on that funding piece right now?
Yeah, if we have a sense of when we would hear back.
Hear back, but also where the funding would come from if we didn't get the grant? Because I think that was discussed between our CAO and council when we had prior discussions, or where that funding would come from. The CAO can correct me if I'm wrong, but if I think everyone needs to look at this project, if it is the right thing to do and to move forward with it, and we feel that strongly about it, you need to take the grant equation out of it. While the grant could materialize and we could end up with $13.5 million from the federal government, possibly some slightly more from the provincial government as well, we need to look at this as far as that money would come from our hydro reserves. Now, if we think it's that strongly that this project should go forward, I think that's the way we need to look at it. And if we get the grant, then that's a bonus to the community. That's my understanding, Mr. CEO, if you wanted to add to that.
Well, I'd like to know the timing. That's my question.
Sure.
My question
We'll
is
give
the
you the timing
timing of
too.
that. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the timing is not, we can't say with certainty when the timing would be for approval. We were led to believe in our discussions that if the grant request was received before April 1st, the start of the next fiscal year, that it would be looked at as part of this next cycle. So the grant application is in, and we will begin the process of following that up and trying to nail down what the approval process would look like and what the possible dates might be. We are hopeful that with an election coming, that might motivate things to make decisions sooner rather than later, but it's that part of it is definitely not in our hands.
Councilor Gallo? And your time's up on this one, but I'll let you respond quickly.
Yeah, I think you took up some of my time, but yeah.
I did. You were at 5 before I started.
Was
but
I?
okay,
I'm
yeah.
happy to stop and let other people speak. It's
All right,
fine.
okay.
Yeah.
Councilor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure which item we're on.
2.
Okay.
The outdoor square.
Yeah. Well, I did have a concern about the theater and its protection from outside sound. So we all got an email from Bonnie Craft. Could Ms. McDougall speak to the email? It was about what factors have been put in place to ensure that the performing spaces in the new facility are acoustically isolated from outside sounds, including those ongoing activities or events from the amphitheater-like square?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In response, I did have the consultants provide me a comment to Ms. Craft's request. So if you'll indulge me, I'll just quickly read the response from the consultants. That the mechanical system for the water wall and the water feature and refrigeration system will be housed in a separate structure to ensure that it does not impact the acoustics of the schoolhouse addition. This separate structure will be acoustically isolated and designed to mitigate any impact on the acoustics of the building and on the outdoor use of the square. Further studies will be undertaken during the next phase of the design to thoroughly assess any and all impacts before proceeding with a water feature. So any adjustments or concerns would be brought to our attention.
Councilor Gardner?
Thank you, and that would also cover, as a resident said on Tuesday, because it's a bowl, it's a recessed square, it would almost act like a megaphone, and the sound would be going all over the neighborhood, potentially all over the neighborhood, but it would certainly would amplify or potentially could amplify the sound that's in that lower square. So that's another issue. That's an extra issue that needs to be considered. I don't know if it was considered.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is a consideration that needs to be looked at and be considered as well, noting that it's between the two buildings,
Right.
but lowered.
Right.
Lowered would have a benefit to mitigating some sound. As well, it's just important to note that the town, regardless of events happening in that space, will be able to control the scheduling of events in that space. So a matter of mitigating that would be controlling the types of use and how often or what the frequency is. It is not meant to be a space for rock concerts, that kind of opportunity. The amphitheater is meant for performances. It's meant potentially for some music, movie, much similar to Town Park. This being a space closer to Yonge Street, it certainly is an opportunity to draw people off of Yonge Street for those reasons. But the acoustics would definitely be something that would be reviewed moving forward.
Councilor Gardner?
Thank you, and thank you for mentioning Town Park, because we've had complaints for years from residents about the sound that goes into the neighborhood. And part of that, I think, has to deal with either the angle of the speakers or the kind of speakers. So, of course, when you buy a property around Town Park, you know that there's going to be action going on. But there also has to be consideration for the neighborhood. So might be a good idea to look at Town Park while we're looking at this. Thank you. Can I speak to groundwater?
Pardon?
Do you want, I'll wait and speak to my next topic.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you to Ms. McDougall. Mr. McDougall, on page 4 of the report, it talks about studies have confirmed the need to manage groundwater through a stormwater management program. It talks about in preparation of the construction, of the various components, a number of studies have been completed to obtain data on soil quality, compaction, groundwater, stormwater management, et cetera. And so will that, those studies that have been done to date, as well as the stormwater management program, will that address some of the concerns that Councillor Gartner's raised about flooding, as well as the management of the underground water?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. The studies that have been done to date are certainly soils, the hydrogeological, as well as an environmental soils assessment will also be, stage 2 will also be done, all of which will be informing the design. Those that have been done to date have informed the design already, and those costs for mitigation have been included in the designs going forward to manage underground water and surface water.
Councillor Thompson?
Great, thank you. I have a follow-up question through you to Mr. Nadarozny. Doug, we have a motion before us, and I just want to understand the steps. So if council supports this recommendation and we move forward, it's my understanding, looking at the last page, which is the project schedule, that should we move into the design phase, there, according to this schedule, the third point is that we, in the summer of 2019, it says receive direction to proceed to the next phase. So would that mean that at that point there's another report coming back to council seeking further direction to continue to move forward? It would give us perhaps a little bit more clarity on the funding model. We may have some more answers as well as further input on the final design stage.
Mr. CEO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We would anticipate that we would not go to tender without having addressed the financial plan with more certainty, and council would be able to make a firm decision based on the success we have to date in raising grant funds and anything else that comes up in the process.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. And, I share some of the concerns about the strategy to fund this project. I've had further conversations with Mr. Gardner as well as Mr. Nadarozny. I do have some perspective about I'd like to see more of the hydro funds used for the project, but in consultation with Mr. Gardner, I realize that it also generates a high rate of return, and so maybe a better process is through debentures, which are at a lower rate. There's more conversations around that, but to me, the funding strategy that is in place today in these reports is just a guideline to get our head around the cost and how it's going to be funded. But I fully expect as we go to each of the stages outlined in this project schedule that we will continue to fine tune that and finally come upon an agreed structure. And I would hope that at the next phase at the earliest, or if not phase 8, which is the fall of 2019, that we would have clear direction with regards to any grants received, and at that time make a final decision on how best to fund this project, because there are multiple ways to go about it. And I'll bring it up in more detail when we get to the funding strategy and talk to Mr. Gardner, because we've had these ongoing conversations. Is it better to leave our reserves in our bank and get the 4 or 5% return that we're getting now and borrow at 3% or not? That's a question the council needs to decide.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think over the last couple of years, and it's certainly strengthened over the last couple of months, and it's been touched upon just recently about hydrological and hydrological issues. And I know that consultants came out with a report, a geotechnical report in November. We had a hydrological report on last month, and they were in agreement that we can move forward with the project. In fact, we've hired civil and structural engineers to incorporate to help us incorporate the designs that will fit into the type of soil and the structure that we have under Library Square. But still, there's still doubts out there as to the viability of and the soundness of the ground underneath. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall, can you give us a little bit more detail that might convince those who are still doubtful as to the solidity of the ground? I mean, we talked about we're at the stage B stage where our contingency for the structure is now at 4.8%, which is fantastic. And so in a few months or a couple of months, we can bring it down to a more tighter contingency rate. Can you give us more detail as to why that level of confidence, considering all the doubts out there, please?
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, would you indulge, I've asked the consultant to come forward to speak if you don't mind. Planning Partnership, David
Definitely.
Linster,
Yep.
from a technical perspective.
David, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this issue. We've been working with you, as you know, on this square now for a few years anyway, and we've engaged with the geological consultant who was retained by the town. As they've also done the hydro-G study for the site. It is a complex site from a soils perspective, not extraordinary by any means, but it's a former actually lake bed. So it has an unusual a mix of soils that is a kind of silty clay that holds water, and that's really the concern that people have. That's what they've seen in their houses with the sump pumps and whatnot. This soil releases the water in a kind of slowly over time. It acts like a bit of a sponge in a sense. There's also on this site sand layers that, as you can imagine, the water moves slowly through the clay, but it moves very quickly through the sand. So in some cases, I think residents around maybe have their sump pumps working because because the water is draining from this sand layer into the sump pumps, and then it's being taken out from basements and whatnot. But all of this is something that our entire team has dealt with on various projects. We have a structural engineer who's very actually one of the top structural firms in the province, if not the country, Blackwell Engineering, who are very confident with this condition, and they're taking their recommendations in terms of the structure of the building and for the structure of the square, frankly, for all the paving systems, the retaining walls. It's very much an integrated strategy that, working with the soils consultants. And the way that they're designing the building, if you can imagine, is that they're building a kind of floating raft, a building that's floating on top of the soil, and the weight of the building replaces the soil that's there today. So there's a balance of those two. It's a kind of something that's done. If you can imagine a kind of raft in a lake floating on top of the water, that's what this building does. That kind of construction is used on waterfronts, on riverways, all kinds of different conditions, and really, for that matter, throughout the GTA. There's a little bit of a premium for that kind of construction, and that's also factored into the costing. So combining the soils consultants with the architecture consultants that we have, plus the structural consultants, they're all informing the design of the building, and that's then informing the cost estimate. So it's all very much integrated. We're also working with the SCS, who are our civil consultants, who are also working with the soils consultants on all of the site work, including how we would deal with major storm events, how typically water gets dealt with on the site, draining it to storm, and there's this whole series of calculations related to all of that, how we're constructing on those soils, and then what we're doing with water from the larger events. So it is very much an integrated strategy with this large technical team working to achieve this. And I should point out that there are historic buildings on this site that are actually very fine buildings that are quite stable and have been there for, here for a long time. So it's certainly not an undevelopable site by any means. You have new buildings, old buildings from various generations. So it's all doable. We just need to know going in what we're facing.
Councillor Kim, Mr. Clark, how much time does Councillor Kim have? Just so 3 minutes? Okay, 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Great, thank you, David. I think I don't have any more questions for you. I think that's great. I think that clarifies a lot of the concerns, and indeed, our consultant stated that we have century-old buildings that's been there for centuries. We also have our library that's also built on top of a slab structure. It's at the lowest point in that area, and I do not believe we've had any issues with the library building. So I think the concerns are valid, but I think we've done our due diligence, and I think we should commend staff and the consultants, and I feel comfortable moving ahead with the Library Square, the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Gallo, second time.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask for some indulgence and table this motion and have the consultant do their presentation? I think it might answer, I know it will for me, answer many questions that I would need to have answered before I vote on the motion that's in front of us.
That's fine, and we're not going to vote on this. As I said, we're not going to vote, but we can move to number 4, which will be the presentation right after this discussion.
So we will not be voting on this?
No, we're not. We haven't voted on anything yet. We're going to go through and debate each one, as I said, and then once we're done debating each item, we'll come back and we'll vote on each one separately.
Yeah, I just think it's helpful to have that presentation.
Definitely. If you'd like, Councillor, we'll move after this item. We'll move straight to 4 so we can do the presentation. Does that work?
Yeah, I have nothing to say both until I hear that presentation. So yeah.
Mr. Clerk, can we just do the presentation right now? All right, I'm going to finish the speakers list and then we'll move to the presentation. Councillor Gardner, second time.
Thank you, and I thank you very much. You've answered a lot of the questions that I've had. So the civil engineer and the geotech engineer are confident that the design and the drainage functions are going to be 100%? You're still nodding. So with this comment, there was a storm in Keswick not that long ago, and they rated it as a 150-year storm. And it really, we had a problem in Aurora. We had a car floating, but I think they had more problems. And as far as I know, the building code is a bit lagging behind, that it really doesn't take all of the climate change precautions into account. So I'm pretty confident, but I'd just like to if there's anything else you can add about building above and beyond. Because, we know that water has a mind of its own, and we don't want it to be traveling any place it's really going to cause some problems, like to the library or to neighboring residents.
David, did you want to answer that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll describe the way that stormwater will flow in major events. The site has the capacity to hold up to a certain event, a 5-year event or so, and as you say, the frequency of events is changing, the magnitude of the events is changing. We don't know what the trajectory of all of that is. So the civil consultant is working with the design team to work at how stormwater would move from the roof of the building, for example, and they're also part of the building team, so they're trying to they're sorting out how everything gets connected to stormwater or the storm system from the building itself and from the site itself. A certain amount will be held in planting areas, in areas where there are trees, so we can keep things irrigated. So we're going to use stormwater to the best ability that we can on site. But for the major events, when the big events come, we've been working very closely with them in terms of the fine detailed grading of the site to ensure that the cultural center and the library will not flood under any condition. So the strategy is that stormwater is going to move around the library on the north side, down the new driving lane, and it's going to flow out to Yonge Street. So it's not going to it's not going to be captured or trapped anywhere on site. It's going to move overland and out in that direction. So the entire grading of the site is being worked to ensure that that's the case, and higher volumes as well.
It's going to move overland?
Yes, because we can only take through the pipes through the storm system a certain amount of water, and then it moves out to Yonge Street and moves overland, which is what has to happen on any site that we develop on. There always has to be overland flow routes, just in case of the larger events. We don't want to compromise in any way the library or cultural center or any of the facilities, obviously stores, along the way. And that whole process goes through the town. Is approving that. There are provincial organizations that are going to be approving it as well. Conservation Authority is going to want to have something to say about it. So there's a whole series of reviews. Obviously, we're not at that review stage yet, but that's the strategy.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. There is some of the planning that's being done for the future in other communities is holding tanks below the surface, so that the water has a chance to infiltrate the soil,
Right.
and it's easier to clean than stormwater management ponds. Is any of that being considered?
It's a tricky situation here because because of the way the soil holds water. In all likelihood, we will be holding a certain amount of water, and we'll use that for irrigating. So there will be a certain amount held back. I should point out too that the building itself has green roofs. There are a lot of planting areas as well on the site. So I think we're improving the balance, frankly, of improving that ratio of green to kind of gray space through this project. As you know, the site's been almost entirely paved, or has been entirely hard surface for decades and decades. So this is going to improve that as well.
Councillor Gardner?
And where is the green roof going to be?
On the building, on the flat parts of the building.
Well, that's news to me. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Humphries and Councillor Gillian, do you mind if we hold off? We'll just do the presentation. I'll come back. I'll have you marked down to speak. Okay. Ms. McDougall, you're up.
Thank you.
We're just doing the presentation.
Through Mr. Mayor, I would like to, at this point, the presentation that we're speaking about bringing forward is in reference to and tied to report number CMS 19-009, the proposed operating budget. This has been pulled together by and developed by staff as well as our consultants, and with the support of all of our cultural partners. So I'm happy today to introduce to you a couple of our consultants that will be making the presentation for council that will overview the operating budget, but also the business plan that is attached to this report. So please, I'd ask that our consultants come forward. Martin Van Zon is the founder and president of Intercom Inc. He is personally and has personally directed and managed the planning and opening and successful launch of many important municipal capital arts assets in Ontario, some of which include Art Gallery of Hamilton, the Art Gallery of Burlington, Rose Theatre Brampton, the Burlington Performing Arts Centre, and the list goes on. He has extensive experience in working in situations where multiple stakeholders are involved, including elected politicians, advisory committees, governance boards, senior management, and founders and donors. And following Martin, just as give an introduction as well, is Brian McCurdy. He is also an Intercom consultant with over 35 years experience and as a Chief Executive Officer for Arts Facilities, including 6 years as an Executive Vice Chancellor for a major university. His experience continues through the development of business plans, hired, trained, and managed staff ranging in size from 8 to 45 full-time. His recent consulting work included management services for the Burlington Performing Arts, strategic plan for Flato Markham Theatre, and so on. So I thank the gentleman for coming tonight, and we'll be walking you through the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council and everybody here in the room tonight. Super excited to be in front of you. Understand this is a very important and historic occasion, as the CEO of the library already alluded to. Hopefully, our presentation tonight will help council make a decision to move forward. As Robin indicated,
Martin, can I interrupt for a sec? Could you lift it up a little bit? Just
Okay.
some are having
Is this
trouble
better?
hearing. That's better.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. So as Robin indicated, we did collaborate with a number of different people on this, and definitely, we couldn't have had this plan and budget put together without input from staff, particularly Robin's department, as well as finance and planning. And as Suzanne indicated, some of the cultural partners were definitely a big input and help, to get this in front of you. So our, can I have the next slide, please? I'm doing this, right? Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, as far as our consultation is concerned, we started this back in 2018. When I first heard about what was going on in Aurora, I was, to be quite honest with you, super surprised and super happy for you. We've worked in many municipalities around the province, and to see a municipality taking this approach to a redevelopment of the downtown and using a cultural asset as a main attraction to make that happen was right up our alley, so to speak. And we really applaud you on taking that route. So what our role was last year was more or less to look at the cultural master plan that already existed, as you know, which was launched in 2014, and to see, how the cultural partners were working through that, how it had affected them, where things were headed. We facilitated a session whereby we had everybody around the table looking at, some of the future implications of it. And then when we were brought back to look at this particular part in this year and focused on the business plan and the budget, as it needed to be part of the application for the grant, it was great to see how that all pulled together. So the business plan and budget really is based on the research into the current agreements with the cultural partners. The other elements are the benchmarking and review of other municipal cultural facilities that we did. On the last page of the business plan, or in the second last page, there's a list of those facilities that we reviewed. Cultural partners consultations. We had discussions, as I already indicated, with a number of them that provided great input, as well as we did a cultural organization survey. And I have some results on that as well to share with you. Then the business plan preparation for the expanded facility, because we need to keep in mind that we're speaking about the current facility plus the addition when we're talking about our business plan and budget, and then the budget presentation. And Brian will be dealing with the budget presentation and we'll come to that next. So the business plan and budget, the components, some of which was driven, to be quite honest with you, by the elements that are required for the grant application. So what you see in front of you definitely had a lot of influence on that. I think one of the elements that it really articulates well is the need for expansion. And because, if you look at page 12 of the business plan, we're talking about the very first report in 2008 when this process kind of started. There's like studies, reports, all the way going up to 2016, 3 of them, 2018. And that, I think, really tells the story about how this has evolved. It also deals with the economic benefits. And for tonight, for council, we put together some examples and some criteria, what we would look at, how to view that. The community support is a big part of that, and it is demonstrated in the report, I think, very well. There's a financial plan and operational considerations. So the need for expansion. To be quite honest with you, economic development is a big part of that. We've seen in other municipalities where these facilities have been built, how it really can trigger a great response, as your chamber CEO or director indicated already, that they are looking forward to it, as well as the BIA, of course. But I believe, we have some examples here that demonstrate that. Like I said, we were so interested into this whole cultural precinct that you have envisioned as part of that downtown redevelopment. Also, in the cultural master plan, and for you, some of you who were on council at that time and I guess voted on that, the lack of adequate cultural spaces in Aurora was already identified then as one of the strategies moving forward. It was identified the need for professional performing and practice art spaces was also in the cultural master plan listed. And then, of course, the Aurora Museum and Archives have identified the need for proper storage, which they currently don't have, I guess, in Church Street School, which is a definite asset and consideration of this new facility and the addition that is being considered. Again, we cannot say enough about the downtown revitalization and what the effect could be on that, but again, we have some examples on that. So next, I would like to speak to the economic impact. So economic impact is a series of calculations and methodologies that are quite complex. There is no two ways about it. Normally, they also are being done on visitors, the number of visitors that would visit these places. Normally, they get done after these facilities open. However, I think for the purpose of tonight, I think we have enough examples that perhaps provides you with some kind of idea of what this type of investment will mean for Aurora, particularly for the downtown. So the elements that the first model that I'm presenting you on, which is a model that is the Ontario Tourism Regional Economic Impact Model called TRIM, some of you may be familiar with, deals with the direct impact, the indirect impact, the induced impact, and then the total impact. And it takes in a lot of different elements. So some of which are, the impact generating in business or sectors that produce or provide goods and services directly to visitors. And there is, by the way, no distinction between out-of-town and in-town visitors, so it's any visitor to these types of facilities. The accommodations, the restaurants, recreation, transportation, and retail enterprises, and the direct impact on GDP, employment, tax revenues. They're also called tourism GDP. The indirect impact deals with the impact resulting from the expansion of demand from businesses or sectors directly to produce or provide goods and services to visitors, to other business or sectors. And the induced impact, lastly, refers to the impact associated with the respending of labor income, household spending, and or profits earned in the industries, and the business investment that serves visitors directly and indirectly. So that is the total impact. So if I give you the next slide, you'll see that we based it on a $30 million investment, because there's been numbers mentioned tonight, 28, 35, but $30 million investment. And you can see that the GDP impact is 14.7 million, the labor income 10.4 million, full-time job equivalents 131, and the tax revenue between federal, provincial, municipal at 4.2 million. This particular model, by the way, is online. You can go and check it yourself. It is relatively simple to fill out. It is provided by the Ontario government. And you can also take this model and dial in number of visitors, for instance, to give you that particular report. It's quite in-depth. One of the questions that may come to your mind saying, wow, this is quite a number. This is based in 2019 dollars. This is this particular estimate. It also goes over the duration of the project. So it's not like a one-time, it's over the duration of the project, and that is how this is being calculated. On the next slide, we also pulled in a couple of models that are being used primarily in the US, but you see that, for instance, the in-plan model is one that mimics very closely the one that is used in Ontario, and it really says that for every dollar invested, you're talking about a multiplier effect of 1.4 to 1.8 and even to 2.8. And so that should perhaps be another consideration for council when it looks at this particular project. Then, so some real examples. Burlington was mentioned, where Suzanne used to be the executive director. And as a matter of fact, while she was there, this particular report, I think, was generated, which talked about over a 4-year period that the economic impact was roughly $7.8 million a year. The Burlington Performing Arts Center currently states that they reach 110,000 patrons a year. Your current cultural center states 30,000, but if you add in the library with 260 plus thousand, you get sort of a little bit of a picture as how this could be in Aurora. This particular Performing Arts Center, by the way, opened officially October 1st, 2011, yet they had a soft opening. So it was actually open, I think, the year before, but that was the official opening. Next one is the First Ontario Performing Arts Center in St. Catharines. The interesting story on that one is that city of 130,000 have a fourplex Performing Arts Center, which is highly unusual for a city that size. They predicted before they opened that they were going to have 600 events and would see 125,000 visitors. Soft opening September 2015. To date, I think they've almost doubled, on those numbers, particularly when it comes to the events. Their film theater alone does 550 events a year. They have a film club. It's an incredible success story, which I was able to share with, for instance, the Aurora Film folks, as far as perhaps a model they may want to look at. In the St. Catharines Standard, it was reported that this particular investment was really, helped revitalize downtown, and it generated $17 million of economic spin-off on an annual basis. Last but not least, on the visual arts side, Judith and Norman Alex Art Gallery in Sarnia, a city of about 70,000, in a county that's about 120,000, 10 different communities. They invested into a new visual arts center, which opened in 2012. They had about 12,000 people come through each and every year, when it opened, which was, to some, perhaps a little disappointing. Staff was able to book what we would call a blockbuster show 3 years after they opened, which was the traveling exhibition of the Lord Beaverbrook collection out of New Brunswick. They were welcoming paintings in the neighborhood of 5, 10, even $22 million coming to their own downtown gallery. Matisse, Turner, Dali. In 4 months, they were able to generate 22,000 people coming to the door, 50% of which had never been, to the art gallery. When we did the economic impact study, $1.5 million, out of one exhibit. So these are just real examples. These are not just numbers, that you dial in and you get a report on. So I thought, we share that with council, just for your consideration. So community support. The consultations that we had last year and this year with the individual partners that were part of the original, I guess, master plan was one element, an important element, of course. But we also were able to, through a survey, go out to 43 cultural partners and organizations to look at particularly the needs and the usage assessment. Like I said, we had one-on-one consultations, and we also went outside to some cultural producers that may be known to you, marquee theatrical productions or film circuit and York Region Arts Council, for instance. And we did an online survey of cultural organizations. And these are some of the highlights. So 96% of the survey respondents, which was, by the way, 23, which is, almost 50%, which was, to us, this particular survey was totally voluntarily. There was no incentives. They had to do some work on it. It was 4 pages with open-ended questions and what have you. It was not just click, click. So there was some work to be done on it. So we were very happy to see that type of engagement, particularly since it was not the 8, standing partners that we normally interacted with. This was a much broader audience. So seeing 96% of the survey respondents being in favor of the expansion plans was, of course, very positive. 68% in favor for rental purposes of the new additional spaces that we described within the survey. And then 75% indicated the new addition would add to their current programming, while 25% would say it would replace their current rental space, amongst half of which are going outside of Aurora currently in order to get those spaces. Underneath, you'll see the preference of the rental spaces. The performance hall clearly is the one space that everybody is looking forward to. However, the program room, there's a good indicator of what the other spaces could count on, perhaps, as far as interest. And then the frequency, you'll see to the right of that, weekly, monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, and annually. By the way, there were 15 respondents on the frequency side out of the total of people that responded. So going to the financial plan, grant applications, fundraising feasibility study, branding and marketing, communications plan, planning considerations, and the construction cost breakdown became were the also key components of the business plan that you have in front of you. And then, of course, you want to really know about the budget, don't you? And so I'm going to hand it over to Brian. Just for your information, so Brian was the Director of Culture at the City of Kingston for a number of years. Brian and I have been working, we did the 5-year strategic plan for the Flato Markham Theater. We've worked on other assignments together. He's also been my client, believe it or not. And I think of Brian as being probably one of the finest and brains in the cultural business here in Canada and even maybe abroad in the U.S. So I'll hand you over to Brian.
Thank you very much. So the first page document that you have is a consolidated breakdown of all revenues and expenditures. Just to explain this a little bit, how I put this together, the first column is a consolidation of current revenues and expenditures for the Church Street School, and that includes the town in-kind facility costs, the museum costs, and the Aurora Cultural Center costs, revenue and expenses. The second slide, entitled New Venue, are the projected increases in revenue and expenditures for the new facility. And then the final combined total are the projected in revenues and expenditures that combines current and projected to give the total for the Aurora Museum and Cultural Center. This side just simply expresses the revenue in bar graphs, and I'll break that down a little bit for you. So we're looking at an increase in the municipal contribution of approximately 70%. That's due to several factors: the doubling of the facility space, increased programming, and increased facility staffing for the new addition. Ticket sales sees a 534% increase, mainly due to the addition of the new performance hall. And the program sees a 44% increase in program revenue due to the expanded class offerings in the new programmatic space in the expanded facility. Sponsorship donations, we're forecasting a 59% increase due to the expanding presenting program, which is a good vehicle for corporate sponsorships. Plus, with the additional staff focused on sponsorship and donations and the heightened visibility of due to the new facility, we feel that there's a lot of opportunity for not only increased sponsorship funding, but also individual donations. And finally, rental income, we're looking at a 371% increase, and this is due mostly to the addition of the new performance hall. And again, bar graph that looks at the first year total expenses. And again, I'll break that down a little bit for people. So the human resources side is we're forecasting an 88% increase due to the doubling of the size of the venue, increased facility management, increased programmatic offerings, increased rentals, and increased fundraising and marketing. The artist fees, we're seeing a 263% increase due to increased artist fees for an expanded presenting season and ticket sales revenues, which are ultimately owed back to the renters. So that renter revenue is kind of an in and out. You'll see it reflected in artist fees on the expense side. And these expenses are obviously offset by ticket sales revenue that we saw in that previous slide. We're looking at a 76% increase in marketing for expanded marketing efforts due to expanded class and exhibit offerings and in the expanded presenting season. Program, a 51% increase due to expanded class offerings, again, offset by program revenues. Sponsorship and donations, this is simply the expense that's involved in raising the money that we talked about on the revenue side. That will result in increased sponsorship and individual giving revenues. Office expenses, 148% increase due to larger staff and programs and increased box office costs. And facility expenses, a 58% increase due to the new venue, and that's for things like utility supplies and maintenance. So again, this simply, the next slide breaks down in pie charts so you can see the components of both the revenue and expenses. On the revenue side, 58% is the municipal contribution. Other governments, we're projecting 3%. Ticket sales are at 16%. Programs at 7%. Programs at 7%, and those are the registration fees, charges for classes. Sponsorships and donations make up 7%, and rental income is 9%. So that's on the revenue side. Looking on the expenditure side, 58% are for salaries, human resources costs. Artistic fees are 17%. Marketing is 3%. Programming expenses are 7%. Fundraising, which is the 2% for helping raise funds for sponsorships and individual donations. Office expenses are 5%, and facility expenses are 8% of the total. So the area where we see one of the biggest increases is for use of the new performance hall, which, as you remember, is the 250-seat facility that we are talking about. So I first wanted to just look at the number of performances, not including meetings and rehearsal days. So we're projecting 97 performances that would be made up of the following. 31 are presented performances, and a presenting performance, those are the shows that'll be put on by the Aurora Museum and Cultural Center, so not rentals, but actually internally generated. And currently, as an example, the Aurora Cultural Center does 19 performances in Brevik Hall. So we're projecting that those performances will move into the new performance hall. We're looking at 20 performances that would be theatrical, 30 would be additional community rentals, and 16 film. So we're projecting an attendance on the second pie chart there, projecting attendance at 18,538, and we're projecting ticket revenues at 434,556. And the largest piece of that would be about $200,000 in ticket revenue for the 31 Aurora Museum and Cultural Center presented shows. So we took a look at, obviously we had to come up with suggested rental rates for the new performance hall. So we compared rental rates for similar type of facilities and seating capacities in the GTA. And the examples that we used were the Studio Theatre in the First Ontario Place in St. Catharines, the Studio Theatre in the Rose Theatre in Brampton, the Community Theatre in the Burlington Performing Arts Centre, the Studio Theatre in the Oakville Centre, and the theatre in Newmarket. So Newmarket, the theatre is a slightly different type of theatre than what's being planned for the Aurora facility, in that it has a full proscenium stage and fly tower and over 400 fixed seating. So those tend to be more expensive type of facilities to rent, but we added Newmarket as the theatre that's currently used by many Aurora groups, and against which Aurora's rates will be compared. And from looking at all those different rates, we came up with a recommended rate that's built into this business plan of $75 per hour for nonprofit organizations and $120 per hour for for-profit, with a minimum rental of 4 hours. That makes us really competitive with these other venues that are in the region, but also taking into consideration that groups in Aurora are perhaps used to paying a little bit less than in some of those other communities. Wanted to look a little bit at rental and recoveries income. The first category that we have is the $65,581 in box office and recovery. So to explain that a little bit, when facilities are rented and the box office is included, there's usually separate costs for the box office. We're all familiar with buying a ticket online with one of our bigger commercial entities and paying up to $10 a ticket. This is based on a couple of charges that we're recommending, which again are all being charged by the other competing facilities. And that would be, we would charge the renter of the building 5% of net ticket sales. And for service charges to somebody that buys the ticket, buys online, there's a $2.50 service charge, which again is very competitive with what is charged in other venues. So we're looking at rent for the new performance hall. We're looking at $67,200 is what we're projecting, and that's based on 160 uses. So uses now include rehearsals, meetings, in addition to the 97 performances that we talked about. We're also projecting a small increase in income from Brevik Hall. When we looked at the data that the Aurora Cultural Center was able to provide to us, we realized that there were a lot of missed opportunities in rentals that the center were just not able to accommodate due to the lack of availability of space. So we're projecting that even though some of the performances would move out of Brevik into the new performance hall, that would be more than compensated by the demand that we see in the marketplace for that space. So we also projected a small increase in rental charges for Brevik Hall as well. And the pie that you see there, I think it's a little over 31,000, are staffing recovery. So typically, when you rent the space, so you have your basic rentals, You have your box office costs, which I just elaborated. You also charge back for labor, your direct labor costs. So that's where that 31,000 would come back as a revenue. And finally, and this just simply explains all of that. Finally, looking at that breakdown of that 160 uses of the new performance hall, 35 would be for the presenting season. That would include the 31 paid events that I talked about previously and 4 free events. We're projecting 30 meeting rentals. And again, I did a whole breakdown of the unmet demand that existed in the market and what we saw moving from Brevik or staying in Brevik. We saw the 30 additional community rentals. We saw 40 theatrical rentals, 15 rehearsal days, and 10 for-profit rentals. The breakdown on the new performance hall rental income, then the pie chart beside that shows the corresponding revenues from those numbers of rentals. You'll notice in that second pie that there is no rental income from the presented shows because, of course, you don't charge yourself rent. So that's Martin. I think you have one last slide.
Thanks, Brian. I think we would be remiss to not indicate to council what we see as next steps. And I think if council decides to move forward with this project tonight, yes, it does require a project leader. The project leader, the way we see it, will be the person who is going to play an integral role in sort of moving a lot of these elements forward. The reason for that is because even though I think we took a conservative and modest approach to look at this budget plan and moving forward, some of them are based, as Brian said, on assumptions. Some of them are based on recommendations. Some of them are based on discussions that have taken place. These discussions have to be firmed up. These discussions have to be should be ongoing, but given that you're 3 years away from completion of this particular project, there's ample time to make these discussions very fruitful. The other aspects are, from our perspective, for this particular project lead to be on board forthwith. We also believe that this particular person should collaborate with the current cultural partners and the cultural organizations to plan their future access to appropriate performance, rehearsal, exhibit, education, and other cultural spaces, and support service at the new center. We also think this new person should be able to offer increased opportunities to support the development and health of the professional arts community in Aurora, to finalize an operational model for the new AMCC and its organizational structure, to liaise with town staff, the architects, the contractors to oversee the budget, which is of course a big consideration, construction and timeline for the project. Work also perhaps on other priorities, because the cultural master plan, as you recall, is a 14 to 19 plan. So this is a great opportunity, if this particular project moves forward, to dial this in for the next iteration of the cultural master plan, 2020-25. And as part of some of the considerations for the financing of this important asset, to look to hire a fundraising consultant to do a capital campaign feasibility study. Just to draw your attention back to all 3 projects where I showed the impact were they all had capital campaigns attached to them before they were finalized. The one in Burlington was an $11 million campaign on the basis that there was 0 funding was available to Burlington, because they didn't have the right political connection at that time. I think belatedly, I think they got a $5 million gift at the end they were able to secure. The one in St. Catharines was a third, which I described in the business plan as being sort of the model that most municipalities count on. The one in Sarnia, and by the way, the one in St. Catharines, the goal, we worked on that particular campaign, on that feasibility report, and we also actually got hired to facilitate the campaign. And our goal was a $5 million capital campaign in a town that was considered at that time, or a city, perhaps, not able to raise even $3 million. We were able to get $8 million in for that particular project. So we did well there. In Sarnia, which was a $10 million building, they were able to raise $1.5 million. So just to give you that maybe type of comfort that could go with, looking at this project. So that's where I ended, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor, and obviously we're open to questions.
Thank you, Martin. Brian, so council, I'll ask for a motion to be put forward for the recommendation, and then Martin and Brian will both be able to answer questions to this item, to item number 5. Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Thompson. So any comments and questions to item number 5? Councillor Kim, we'll start with you.
Thank you. So I think this is for Martin, I believe, the first speaker. So in your presentation, you brought forward St. Catharines and Burlington as a comparator with some of the shared experiences that you've had with them. So from your research here in Aurora, are there some economic spin-offs that was experienced in those two municipalities? Is there a possibility that those economic spin-offs would not occur here? Are there mostly very unique common denominators here that you think would warrant that we would have the same type of experience?
Well, I guess, predicting the future is very difficult, as we all know. However, I think particularly if you look at so in Burlington, where I'm a resident, by the way, I've lived there for nearly 4 years, and the downtown was not unlike what you see currently today here. It was pretty derelict for a long time. Boarded up storefronts, you name it. Oakville was always the jewel, what people refer to, so everybody from Burlington went to Oakville in their downtown, there on Lake Shore, and hence, the Oakville Performing Arts Center, did quite well, particularly also from drawing people from Burlington. Once, so definitely the addition of, I guess, the Performing Arts Center, which was controversial at the time, in Burlington as well, has seen, and that's where I think the economic impact report really helps, but has really, changed the downtown, if you will. It changed how people became, I guess, going in the winter as well as in the summer. In the summer, if you're familiar with Burlington, has the largest outdoor concert in, I think, all of Ontario, where they have at the a summer concert, and now it goes over 2 weekends, believe it or not. And I live quite a ways away from the downtown, and I can hear the music still when I sit in my backyard. So there is some evidence on music carrying, particularly in the summertime. But having said that, it gets 300,000 people, into the downtown over that period of time. So huge economic impact, received from that. In St. Catharines, it's actually even a better story. St. Catharines downtown, if you talk to people that used to live in St. Catharines, that moved away, and when, I was speaking to people about that we're working on this project, people said, who approved this? How can they go ahead with something like that? The transformation that has happened as a result of this particular investment coupled with a few other investments, because it's not just a performing arts center. They also put a sports palace in, for their OHL franchise, has totally transformed, the downtown. It's become a safe place. It becomes an active place. There is businesses have set up, service restaurants, coffee shops. It is a happening place. Even people from St. Catharines couldn't believe, what had happened to their own city. Will it happen in Aurora? Again, this is Yonge Street. This is, it's, to be very honest with you, when I initially came down and last year checked out, the setting, if you will, picturesque, very nice. But then when I got, I looked at your precinct, the view that you have as far as making this a cultural hub within a overarching development that pulls in the Armory, the park, and all these other assets that are there, I think is super exciting. I think it is phenomenal, and I think, the time is so right for it, because this is the best time to borrow money, if you have to, because money is cheap. And I believe, like 4 years, 8 years, 12 years from now, this council will be viewed the same way as councils before you were viewed, who perhaps advocated and approved, some of these other assets that were done. So I personally, strong believer in this, and I don't see from, of course, our limited scope that we have, not living here and being, having viewed this, but I don't see why this shouldn't be successful for you.
Councillor Kim?
Okay, great, thank you. That got me very excited. In terms of we talked about the downstream economic impacts, and certainly those two case profiles, they were very successful in having that downstream economic impact. So just for those of us who are not connecting the economic impacts to our businesses, and that's one of the reasons why we are initiating this project, or trying to move it forward. But the other main purpose is to add benefit and services to our residents. So how does that economic impact translate into attendance at the cultural center, at the new facility, and our library? Because we have those cultural partners here. So how would that economic impact translate into the impact for our cultural partners?
Yeah. Well, so again, I believe that, for instance, if you go to, I was born and raised in Amsterdam. Amsterdam has a square called the Museum Square. It has the Rijksmuseum, the Van Gogh, and the Modern Art Museum, as well as the Concertgebouw, which is probably one of the finest, performing arts centers in the world. It's a happening place. People come from all over the city, to take in whatever is going on. I mean, they put on soccer championships right on the square. Everybody is down there. Do the cultural partners benefit from it? Absolutely, because these people spin out. There's cafes that are open. It just becomes. It sort of lightens up, the downtown. And I agree with previous comments from Councillor Humphreys on that every community needs a downtown. And because you already have made that investment into the library, and you've made that investment into the Church Street School, there's such a beautiful building, and have such a great partner in the cultural center, and having the museum and archives there now as well, plus some other cultural partners. I cannot help but think that this is going to be incredibly successful. I know parking is always being brought up as an issue, and to be quite honest with you, if you go to this Museum Square, in Amsterdam, it's 25 euros an hour to park underneath, an hour, So people take bicycles, public transit, they walk, they get there because the place is jammed, when something is going on. Will this happen here overnight? No, it will not happen overnight. It will take time to grow that. But I believe with the cultural partners that we've spoken to, plus the cultural programmers that have reacted on the survey that we did, that you will have enough. And of course, this leader, right? I mean, this person who's going to lead this project will have 3 years to get this place ready and get the groups ready that that aspire to move in. I saw the same thing in St. Catharines. They hired their director, who was, by the way, the gentleman who successfully launched the Rose Theatre in Brampton. He got hired well in advance, and in Brampton's case, or in St. Catharines' case, talk about a little bit of a problem. The whole project was pushed back, a year on some issues around the tendering. So the thing is, this particular person really had his time to get all these individual partners ready for it. I know I'm going a little bit over.
No, that's fine, Martin.
Okay.
Councillor Kemp?
Great, thank you, Martin. I had two more questions, but I'm just going to ask one question. I'll save my next question for you at a later this evening. But to Brian, you put up a lot of projections, budget projections, and revenue projections in terms of program revenue, ticket sales, sponsorships, and donations. These projections are only as good as the assumptions behind them. Mm-hmm. So can you talk a little bit about the assumptions behind maybe two or three of some of those items? Because I think that's important for us to know, because those assumptions, we trust that those are conservative assumptions, as you mentioned, but to us, because we know the environment a little bit better, maybe we might have a different perspective. So can you give an example of a couple of those items and give us the assumptions behind them? And were they all just based on the survey that you put out there?
No, it's really a combination of survey and the fact that I've done this 4 times in the past. So I was given a lot of good information from both the museum and the Aurora Cultural Center. So it was really taking their data, looking at it, making assumptions around, for example, I spoke about the 31 presenting programs by the facility itself. That was on the ticket revenue of the $434,000. That was $200,000, so a good almost 50%. And that was basically taking, what was currently happening at the Aurora Cultural Center now, which I believe was 19 performances. I looked at the ticket prices, and then I looked at what I felt with adequate staffing, because I think that's one of the big conditions here, to have the marketing staff, to have the marketing dollars to put into this. And then I looked at what I thought was a conservative projection for both ticket prices and attendance to come up with that $200,000 projection in revenues. I tried to be really conservative in all the projections that I was making. I guess the one caveat I would give on that is that my experience with these type of facilities is that people go into it thinking about there's going to be an incremental increase in my audience. It's going to go up 10% or 20%. And what I've seen is exponential growth. I can give you one example. When I opened the Mondavi Center at the University of California, we had 2,000 subscribers going into that. In the first year, we had 11,000 after we opened. So I did not base any of this on exponential growth. I did base it on incremental growth. So I think the numbers are fairly conservative from that aspect. But I definitely wanted to put something out there that I felt was doable. Also on the rental side of things, to give you an example, we really focused on the new Performance Hall and Breivik Hall, but there's going to be new space for classes and that sort of thing, and potential rentals of some of those additional spaces. I did not include any of that. I felt that that's really hard to project. Also, the programs that are being offered by the facility itself will grow significantly. So how much space is going to be available it was difficult to project. I did not project anything on a cafe because, again, my experience with cafes is that they don't turn out to be huge revenue potentials. I think you have a great opportunity here because of your relationship with Niagara College, as I understand it. there might be a real opportunity there, and that they could be the entity that could manage a facility like that so the students get that experience. But I didn't factor any of that into my projections. So I think I've been fairly conservative in my approach.
Councillor Kim?
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. My first question was really going to be about the forecast and your approach, and you've kind of answered that by saying that you took a conservative and modest approach, and you've gone over that, so I don't need to follow that up. My other question really was with regards to next steps, that last point about the capital campaign feasibility study, and just in terms of your experience with other projects, was that sort of done, I guess, in parallel as they move through the design and approval and construction process as we are doing? So that, some of those pieces didn't necessarily fall into place until later on and through those stages?
Brian?
Yeah, and I, Martin has emphasized this. I can't emphasize this concept enough. The facilities where I've seen where they've brought people in early to grow the market is so critical to the success. I mean, I think if you, throw open the doors and expect, the place to be filled is setting yourself up for failure. So I certainly encourage sequencing. There is a natural order of how people could be brought on, but I think it's really critical that that person take responsibility also for helping to grow the market for the other organizations that are eventually going to use that venue, so that when people move in there, again, they're set up for success, not set up for failure. But there is a natural sequence to that hiring process.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. With respect to the survey, how many groups were surveyed and how many responded?
Martin?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We had, as I indicated, we had 42 or 43 groups that the survey was sent to, and we had, I believe, 22 respondents. They represented 19 different organizations.
Councillor Gardner?
And we would expect for a survey like this, when we're looking at community partners, community groups, and local cultural providers, when we're asking them about using space, it would be normal to have a very high percentage of them answering. This survey also had to do with the cost.
Yeah, absolutely.
And did you take an average cost from that? How did you use that information?
We open-ended it to be fair, because we didn't want to bias the survey on the responses. And interestingly enough, they range. We did indicate that there was going to be for-profit and non-for-profit rates, because we obviously wanted to make sure that these groups knew about this. And for instance, when we asked the question, what level of rental fees would your organization be able to support in the new addition, on the performance hall, we got a commercial rate of $1,000 quoted back to us. And for the non-performance rate, we got multiple answers. They range from $400 to $1,000 as well. So it was good to see that, and so as Brian indicated, the way we look at rentals, we look at them as a 4-hour minimum, So that is not specific in these particular replies, as to if folks understood that part of it. But even on a 4-hour minimum at $75, you're still well within that $400 range, obviously. And it goes up to $1,000. We also got indications on the performing arts studio, $200, the multipurpose visual arts room between $100 and $150, the multipurpose, the program room, 25, 40, 150, 100. There were multiple answers to that, depending on what organization responded. What we, as Brian indicated, we didn't include these groups into our forecast. These are the type of, I think, conversations that the project leader will need to have to secure and to make people aware and work with these groups, as Brian indicated, to bring this to fruition. I'm sure Brian wants to comment too.
Yeah, in addition to that, we basically in that survey looked purely at Aurora groups.
Right.
I know a little bit about the market in sort of this part of the GTA, and I know how busy Flato Markham Theater is, and I know how busy Richmond Hill is, and Newmarket as well. We did not survey that broader market, so it's hard to predict what the demand is, but I know, as I said, that those facilities are at pretty much maxed out. So I think that there is also potential demand coming from a broader market, but we didn't factor that into our projections at all.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. I think it was you who said we had so much time to get this programming in place, but in reality, we have, I think it's 2.5 years projected till we want to open, and these things have to be booked a year and a half in advance. So,
Brian, tell your Kingston story.
Brian?
yeah.
Kingston, I was hired in February and we opened in May. Total insanity. I would never do that again, but we did it. So there is still plenty of time.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. So you're thinking that the performances that are now done at the cultural center are going to be all done or mostly done at the new performance hall?
We projected that. I mean, there's so much demand for meetings in Brevik, and that is the vast majority of its current use. So it seemed logical with the acoustical properties of the new performance hall, the seating capacity, that those performances would move over to the new performance hall. And then those spaces that open up would be backfilled. I mean, the demand, the Aurora Cultural Center actually kept very good stats on unmet demand that was in the marketplace. And there was almost twice as many unmet requests as there were that were met. So there didn't seem to be any doubt to me that if those performances moved out, that they would be backfilled by those the demand that was already in the marketplace.
Thank you. I'm on the cultural board. I must have missed that meeting because that's news to me.
Yeah, there was actual report where they broke all that out.
With respect to the rental comparisons, it's interesting because there's one theater here, the others are black boxes, and we're a performance hall.
Well, you're a black box. In effect, it's what's called in the industry a black box. So it's flexible.
So you're calling it a performance
seating.
hall, so we'll know what we're talking about?
Yeah. It's a placeholding name, that's all.
And the last question is, you predict us to be rented out 160 days a year. That's just
160 uses, so that could be half days and full days.
160 uses of the performance space.
The new performance space, yeah.
And in your experiences, is performance space used mostly in the evening?
Well, except for the cases of meetings, and there were 30 meetings. Again, it's a little bit looking at how Brevik Hall is being used, so there's some other non-performance use that might move over. Obviously, the majority of that would be in the evenings, but there will be, I would imagine that probably 70-80% of the meetings would be during the day. I'm just guessing at that. We could certainly drill down on that by looking at the Brevik stats.
Right. And just as a follow-up, so I guess it's a little complicated, but I would think that performance space will be rented out mostly Friday, Saturday, Sunday evenings for performance.
Yeah, right now, the work that we did in Flato Markham Theater with their projections, they're over 300 nights a year. So it's not just weekends. I mean,
Okay.
the demand is so great. Yeah, your primary demand is Thursday, Friday, Saturday in most theaters. You know, again, Monday would typically be dark, but again, that's an opportunity for meetings and that sort of activity. The beauty of a black box theater is its flexibility, so you can adjust to accommodate different types of events.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming out. It's very informative. I wish I would have had this before. My questions would be maybe a little more articulate, but I'll try. First of all, you speak of and it's in the business plan as well, a need for expansion. Would you say that the town conducted a thorough needs analysis for this project?
Brian?
I think when we, well, again, Martin can speak to the survey. Certainly when we, when we put the survey out, it was part survey, part needs assessment at the same time. I think you have to realize that, I always get asked this question in different places. What's the right size venue for our community? And there's no right answer to that. Every size that you build at has different repercussions and different pluses and minuses. So I think for Aurora, where it is currently, that this venue meets a lot of the needs. It doesn't meet every need, but it'll allow for a lot of the organizations that are here that are successful to grow that significantly over the next 10 or 20 years.
Councillor Gallo.
But have we done a typical needs analysis for this project in your perspective?
Martin?
So, the short answer is no, but I think the mitigating answer is 2008, when this started to be discussed. And if you look at, in the business plan, I think as I referred to it on page 12, and you look at all these different reports, that have been generated, all this discussion and energy that went into, getting it to this particular point, it's not typical of the question that you're asking, but I can also put you in front of people that had the 200-page report from the consultant from New York City, preparing a feasibility study on whether they should have a performing arts or a visual arts center. And I tell you, people like the Bryans and Suzannes of this world had to work off these reports and what council then thought was going to be gospel. But to be quite honest with you, I think the way you have done it, taken your time, having had these conversations, the cultural master plan, all that effort that went into that, I think really sets you up nicely for this particular project. Plus the fact it's not just about this particular facility. It's also about, the space in between the library, the library square aspect of it, the cultural precinct vision. I tell you, there's very few communities that have really planned it out as well as you're currently working it out. So from my perspective, that's why I'm so bullish on this. That's why I believe this is a great thing for Aurora if council so decides.
Councillor Gallo.
I'm going to have to disagree a little bit, but that's okay. I think in terms of the addition to the Church Street School, the concept in about one paragraph in the Cultural Master Plan in 2014, it was one paragraph, and in reference to the repurposing of the old library and senior center. So the concept of an addition of this sort to Church Street School is about a year and a half in existence in terms of some serious discussion. However, I'm still in support of it. However, you spoke a little bit about the venue size and what the community would support. So in your opinion, 250 roughly seats, is that something that fits into this model and probably more importantly, generates enough income that it makes sense to have that size of a venue?
Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at, you know, what is the overall concept for this building? And the concept is not as a performing arts center, you know, similar to Burlington as an example. It's really a community center with a focus on the arts. And so most of your activity is in that area. So the expansion allows you the opportunity to really grow that program as well. The reason, I guess, that I focused more attention on the new performance hall and looked at that was where a lot of the incremental increases in revenues will come from. So I think you have to look at the overall project and not get totally focused on one part of that. I think, again, for what we saw from the survey and what we see, you know, what's currently going on at the Aurora Cultural Center with their performances, that there is a lot of good potential use for a 250-seat theater.
Okay.
Plus adding in the flexibility that a black box gives you to accommodate other types of uses like meetings and receptions and, you know, that sort of thing.
The operational considerations in year one, they differ from, at least from what I could see, from the business plan, particularly unless I'm misreading it, the ticket sales and user fees. I'm assuming in year one, user fees in the business plan in our report is $758,000. Ticket sales, and I assume that's combined with the cultural center, is $434,000, but there's also rental revenue and recoveries. I'm not sure if that's added into it or what makes up that $758,000.
Yeah, and perhaps the city can respond to that. I mean, what happened was we were kind of on two tracks because the city has a way to do that. They do their accounting and projections, and I did it basically from the perspective of a facility manager. So the numbers come together in different ways. The bottom line, I think, is a little different because of the addition of the cost for the square. So that's the difference. But the numbers do actually reconcile. We did have a long phone conversation on that to match up the numbers. But yes, I know they seem, they are different to a small degree because it includes the additional square costs.
So just to clarify, the 1.519 million contribution from the town, that is the contribution towards the cultural center is in that number?
Yes.
Okay. The capital campaign, that was intriguing, and I think Councillor Thompson had mentioned, when you normally see that. I thought I remembered Martin say that some of the performing arts centers, it was a no or go unless you achieved some of those goals. And I was just curious, that as well as what is the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? What makes up those?
Fair enough. So two things. The 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 formula is how we normally see the funding for these cultural aspects, have seen them happen in the past, meaning 1/3 from the feds, 1/3 from the province, 1/3 from the town or the city. So that is one aspect of it. The actual fundraising aspect, the reason why we put in a feasibility study is because a feasibility study is phase one of the fundraising. The feasibility study typically takes about 3-4 months. It typically allows the consultant to speak to confidentially to people within the community what they think about the project, if there's any concerns, are they going to be supportive of it, and actually asking point-blank questions about their financial support. The people that typically get consulted on this are people that have a philanthropic history and or are key opinion leaders within the community. Out of that then rolls a recommendation you know, a report that comes back to council, and out of that, we sort of give you a prediction on the amount that can be raised. Back to St. Catharines for a moment. St. Catharines, when we undertook our fundraising, was going through a capital campaign for the OHL Palace, you know, $5 million. They were doing $60 million for the hospital. Brock University was just going through a $40 million. Niagara College was in there. There was a mental health project, you know, being fundraised. So these are all happening simultaneously. In our feasibility study that we provided back to council at the time, we said there was a likelihood of raising $3 million. They came back and said, Martin, we need 5. I said, well, okay, well, we'll try for 5. After 3 years, we were at 3.4 million. In the 4th year, we raised the rest. So it is. So is there a prediction on how this would happen in Aurora? No, because obviously a feasibility study hasn't been done. But again, you know, this is a community where I believe it's actually in the business plan. There is some history on, you know, some of these campaigns. That,
And what stage did that happen?
Oh, it has to happen sooner than later. There's no two ways about it.
Prior to-
I believe that the feasibility study, because Robin and I had this discussion already, should take place as soon as you know where your funding is going to come from. So meaning if you hear and find out over the summer months through staff, you know, that you're going to be successful, that changes the picture,
Yeah.
you know. But if you hear you are not going to be eligible, then that changed the picture again. So that is, so we have talked about it. I've recommended fall of this year being the latest for the fundraising consultant to start.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
How the funds come in, as Martin alluded, that they tend to a little bit be back-end loaded. I know that when we did the Mondavi Center, the campaign was $35 million. When we broke ground, we had $5 million committed, and we made $35 million at the end of the project. So it tended to be back-end loaded, which is something you have to take into consideration if cash flow is part of the equation.
Yeah, I think currently we don't have any line item for philanthropic commitments.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. Wow. Every time someone asked a question, I was like, ooh, that one got answered. So thank you, Council, for asking all those fantastic questions, and thank you for this beautiful presentation. It was very well laid out. I just want to ask a quick question about the rental thing, and it's not overly important, but I was just curious about the comparisons you have, and maybe you'd answered it earlier, but there was so much going on, I didn't pick up on it. I know we're 250 seats, and I know you had 400 seats, but just comparing all the other facilities, and I know we're multi-purpose, and there's much more that we can do with our theater, which was great. I was just curious as to the seating, the number of seats that we were comparing to at these other theaters with the rates that you had suggested.
All the other theaters would be between 150 and I think the biggest one is about 225. So yours would be slightly larger.
With the exception of Newmarket then?
Yeah, but again, as I said, Newmarket's a slightly different type of facility.
Okay, perfect. I was very shocked about the price, the $400 to $1,000 for not the profit, correct? And then $1,000 for profit. That's based on a 4-hour minimum. I think that is a steal, an absolute steal. And I say that just because I book theaters in the Public Board of Education that ranged $150 an hour, and that's for not-for-profit. So I just wanted to throw that out there from my own experience, that is a steal.
Yeah, I think the thing you also have to take in consideration is that there's the rental component. So there's a chargeback for labor, there's a chargeback for the box office. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's more than that, obviously. But that's usually what because those rates tend to be fairly similar in every venue. So looking at the base rate gives you kind of a good comparator to the other venues. So I think, you know, it's part of the growth for the community, for the groups to get in there and get used to paying that, because it'll be a little bit more than what they're used to paying. And it's important for the venue to help them make that make that step. So that comes back a little bit to the idea of having people on earlier before the building opens to help those groups get ready.
I think it's a brilliant strategy. Start low, get that business in there, get that interest. They see how great it is, and you just kind of work from there. So I think that's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again for the presentation and just incredible, great information. I think for me, one of the most critical pieces is the next step. So I'm really pleased that you put that in there. It seems that we're focusing on that a lot. And for me, I'm looking at all the roles. Obviously, the fundraising consultant to conduct a capital campaign feasibility. So I know you mentioned, so your mind, when we understand what the funding model will be, when it's secured, we understand what that is, that's when we begin to hire these roles to continue to move forward with all these areas that we need to go. So really in parallel with the builds. From your own personal experience, this is what you've...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I just want to comment that I saw St. Catharines change. I used to go there for business over 9 years, and it's incredible, the changes in the restaurants and the things that have happened. So for me, I'm just hoping that it will happen, I believe, here. So excited for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Kim, before I go to you and Councillor Gardner for a second time, I just quickly, Brian, I wanted to ask, you mentioned about most of the projects that you've dealt with, or when it comes to raising funds, are they back end loaded? I'm just wondering if you could expand on that a little bit.
So most of the campaigns that we work on and have worked on, we typically, depending on the level of the gift, you need to talk terms with donors. For instance, in the case of St. Catharines, we had a donor who did one of the major spaces. It was a $500,000 gift, but they had already committed to other campaigns where they were donating, and so from a financial consideration, they couldn't use the tax receipt at that point. And so what we did is we structured it to start 2 years after they signed the agreement, but put an interest charge in as if the city had to borrow that money that they had committed to. So those are the kinds of things that you can make part of, but typically you're talking 3 to 5 year commitments when it comes to these type of gifts.
And just a follow-up, you also mentioned that that tends to happen after breaking ground.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what we found was, a lot of these projects take 10, 20, 30 years to come to fruition. So there's sometimes a credibility gap. When they see that building come out of the ground, it becomes really real for them. Also, the one thing that I always encourage and actually suggest that you build it into your contract with the builders is that once the building is at a certain point, that you can walk people through that building. Because I know, again, at the Mondavi Center, we did what was called topping out. So when the frame was finished, there's a whole ceremony that construction goes through called topping out. So they put a tree, an evergreen on top of the building. And we saw that as a great opportunity as a donor event. And it generated a tremendous amount of income for us because people came to that and got really excited because it was real at that point, and they saw, oh my God, this is going to be a spectacular building, and that's when people stepped up. The other thing that was really successful for us in that campaign was estate planning and planned gifts. That community in California tended to be asset rich, but not necessarily cash rich for a lot of the people. I don't know how many houses we ended up owning by the end of that process through planned giving, but it was a nice little chunk of the money that we raised. Also, the thing that we saw, Mondavis were our biggest donor at $10 million, but we had a $5 million donor who was actually the wife of a faculty member and one of our supporters of the program that had been there for many years. Her gift kept evolving, So they initially made, I don't know, I think it was a $150,000 gift. As time went on, they gave us their house, which was worth about $750,000 at that point. Husband passed away. She found she was worth $10 million. Our people had a talk with her people, and we came up with a way for her, as part of her estate planning, to be a $5 million donor. So that evolved over a period, I think it was about 2.5 years before we got to that final amount. So it's a really fascinating process to go through, and it's actually, to be honest, that campaign in California was the biggest campaign that the city of Sacramento ever went through. And so I think it's really part of the maturation of the community to go through that type of a campaign. Then when other projects come along, no matter what they are, whether it's a rec center or whatever, there's the confidence in the community. Oh yeah, we know we can do this.
So it's fair to say from your comments that most investors, most people that are looking to, provide funds for any type of project, they won't do it until they believe that something is actually going to occur.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Kim.
Great, thank you. And thank you for staying with us so late to answer all these questions, because these are all so very important. I think one of the big questions that I think everyone in this room has, and which was alluded to earlier, which is about parking. Now, I know our planner gave us some options there. It's in this report, and there are many out there, and whose voices I respect very much, and these scenarios could happen. But given your experience with dozens of similar facilities in a similar municipality as ours and larger, some of these buildings have dedicated parking structures. Some of them are like ours, where we have sporadic parking, and we are in conversations about other options. But is parking make or break? How critical is parking in close proximity, and specifically right on the square? How critical is that to the success of, let's say, the tenants of the Performing Arts Center? Because we've been told or given a certain perspective that those who buy tickets to a certain high intensity performance, they really, they bought the tickets because they're really interested in going, so they're willing to walk 3 blocks, even in our Canadian winters or rain. So from your experience, how critical is parking right on or within a block to the success of this facility?
That's really an interesting question, because Kingston went through a similar angst when they built their arena. There was all kinds of outcry in the community because there was no dedicated parking space for an arena that could seat around, I think it was around 5,000 at capacity. And of course, the city did an analysis of ground level parking that was available within a certain vicinity of that space, and determined that, that was an adequate amount of parking. There was all kinds of angst and discussion over the next few years until the building opened, and actually people went through the experience of how to park to go to the performance. And, after a year, I never heard that discussion again. So I think, although I have to say that I think they made a real effort at providing people with the information of where they could park, so that people were well informed. Obviously it's an ideal if you have, a facility right next door. But the reality is, I think as long as it's within, as you described it, the 2 or 3 block vicinity, maybe a little bit more. I'm sure that there are studies on this that the traffic people could go into in great detail. But certainly, that Kingston experience, indicated to me that people figure it out pretty quickly and adjust.
Councillor Kim?
Great, thank you. So I guess what I'm hearing is it's not necessarily an impediment to the success of the facility.
I know, again, sorry, in Kingston, the university built a new performing arts center on campus from land that we sold them from the city. And again, I think there was parking capacity for 100, and the facility sat for 450, I think it is. And again, there was great angst of where are people going to park. The university sort of had a long-term strategy of land they might potentially acquire. They haven't acquired that land yet. Again, people figured out where you park. The university did a pretty good job at educating people, and there doesn't seem to be an issue. They've been very successful. So,
Great, thank you.
If I may add, so 2 of the 3 examples in my overview tonight have no parking next to their building. One, St. Catharines, there is a parking garage downtown, which was built, by the way, prior to these to the Performing Arts Center coming on board, but it's not adjacent. And in Sarnia, there's no parking. It's downtown, so a meter or you got to walk. And that's the way it is. And I can show you pictures of people lined around the block, getting into that particular exhibition. So obviously they parked somewhere, right?
Okay.
Councillor Kemp?
Great, thank you. And one last quick question is, you've given us many examples of where things were successful. In your many dozens of dealings in these types of projects, have any of them not been successful?
Have any been not successful?
Yes.
Martin? Brian?
Well, we only work on successful projects. and we like Doug. Anyway, that's it. No, to be honest with you, I think, as Brian said, a lot of municipalities go into this, perhaps underestimating what's involved. The reason why we and Brian put this together based on his 35 years of experience, setting up these facilities in different municipalities in Ontario, outside of Ontario. I've worked on so many of these art and cultural assets, whereby particularly on the marketing side we needed to fix things, and again, it's all about communications. It's all about marketing, right? I mean, when I first went last year, when I was going out and meeting with cultural partners, I remember going to the Historical Society, and I knew where I was going. I thought, well, I drove right by it, right? And then, I'm going, gee, I'm past this already, and I circled back to the neighborhood, and where did I park? Not there. I parked at the church, because there was this massive parking lot, with 12 cars in it during the week, right? So, again, I think, we need to, I understand that, like in an ideal world, yes, you would like to drive in. It's like going to Buffalo to a hockey game, You drive in on the second floor and the boxes are right there, Well, you compare that to downtown Toronto, where if you're unlucky, you're somewhere near the roof, when you're in a box. So I think, that is sort of the different aspects of it. Would it be ideal? Absolutely. If you have an opportunity to do something in that regard, great. But is it a make it or break it? I personally don't believe it.
Yeah, just to answer that a little bit, I think going into it with the right assumptions, so I think the numbers that we've put together are realistic. So I think that's a key component. And again, I can't stress enough those years during construction to prepare everybody for that venue. I think that's a really key part of making it a success.
Yeah.
Councillor Kemp?
Great, thank you very much. And I feel a lot more confident because what you're saying is the key driver of our success is not necessarily the building itself. It's the people behind promoting and marketing. And because we have a great base of volunteers and a great group of residents here, very confident that this will work. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Thompson, second time.
Thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't sort of expand on the questions and take advantage of your experience. We've sort of focused on the performance hall and the business plan, and that is what you were brought here to do, but you also have a tremendous amount of expertise. When we initiated this project many years ago, some of the overarching themes was the revitalization of our downtown core. You've certainly spoke about how this can be a catalyst for that. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts with regards to the outdoor square. Our one of the goals of that objective was to, create a gathering place, bring the community into a central area, because we have some challenges with that, and to create it as a year-round space, hence the skating rink, Christmas market, and so forth. So I'd just love to hear your thoughts in general with the outdoor square.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as part of our project, we weren't asked to look at that, but I'm glad you asked the question, because I think it's really critical to this building. You know, we talked a little bit about the piazza concept, and I actually did a paper on piazzas and performing arts centers, because it becomes such a focal point for the community. Again, in Kingston, we had Market Square, which is right behind the old City Hall. You know, we put on concerts there in the summer. We got 4,000 or 5,000 people out. And the skating rink all winter gets constant use. I mean, the community really has grabbed onto that as the focal point for the community. And it's a tremendous community building thing to have. And I think that there's all kinds of, you know, summer concert series going on in communities, outdoor, and your square is the perfect place to do that. I mean, I know even in little old Fonthill, Pelham, where I live, you know, the Thursday night concerts in the summer, getting 600, 700, 800 people out. And again, it's the community really comes together at those instances. To have a space like that is ideal. I mean, you can look at the Rose Theatre in Brampton as a great space in front. They use it. They have a huge video screen. They broadcast hockey games, you know, cricket. They do dance classes out there. I mean, they've really been able to take advantage of that space. So I think you have a tremendous asset there that, you know, I guess I would recommend a little bit is, you know, keep looking at what you can do there, because I think it'd be great to really build a really solid plan into this whole thing about how to use that.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I could sit here all night listening to you guys, quite frankly. I've learned so much. I was hoping you could provide some insight. I know that we keep referring to this cafe, and I'm trying hard to push everybody to change from a cafe to a restaurant. And if we speak about piazzas, I mean, you're going to have a tough time going to any piazza all over Europe without a restaurant in it, and very successful ones. Although we don't live in Europe, and I get that. And while it's off of Yonge Street, it could provide challenges, but I wanted to hear your input, maybe in the other venues, whether restaurants were included and how successful they were. If you feel that if we were to go down that route, you know, a successful marketing plan and some significant effort would have to go into attracting, you know, and we're not short of any excellent restaurants from Toronto. They might want a second location.
Brian?
I would really advise against it, to be honest. The one that I'm aware of that's had kind of a checkered history is the one in the Mississauga Performing Arts Center. You know, you're talking about a performing arts center with 4 theaters. Biggest one is 1,500 seats, has a huge visual arts component, huge use for meetings and conferences from the business community in Mississauga. It's struggled for 20 years to maintain itself and be a success. It seems to be doing all right the last time I was in there. I don't think you have the traffic that could support it. I know we went through, there's in Kingston again, I'm sorry if I keep bringing up Kingston, but there's the Tet Center for Creativity and Learning, which is a building that, an artist hub that we refurbished in Kingston, and we put a cafe in there, and right down by the water. It's very attractive. It's been a struggle to keep that going. We ended up finally finding a person to contract it to. They were very dedicated to it and really put their heart and soul into it. But the last I heard was that they were having concerns because it was just taking so much effort to maintain it. So, I mean, I think the thing that I would really look at is that relationship with Niagara College, because if they have that culinary program right there, boy, to me, that seems to be a fantastic opportunity for, a partnership. There may be some revenue come out of that back to the facility itself, but at least you'd be providing that service where, somebody would be able to get a glass of wine or dessert or maybe, lunch, something like that, because with the demand with the library there, maybe there's some opportunity for, small scale like that. But I think it would be really difficult to get into a full-scale, full-service restaurant.
If I may add to that.
As long as it's contrary to what he just said.
No. So I understand where you're coming from, and being an entrepreneur myself, I always look for revenue opportunities. I think, but we have to be realistic. I think this is where Brian comes in. I think, your bar will do quite well, when the performances are on at night and what have you, and you definitely want to have that revenue component, attached to, your revenue stream coming in. Because as we're speaking to, some of our colleagues that run these facilities, depending on who's on stage, some of these audiences become very thirsty, at the intermission and before, or have their drinks already lined up, by the time they come out for their 15 minutes. So that's one aspect of it. But I agree with your perspective that in Europe, it's unthinkable, to have a major arts facility without either a top-notch restaurant or a facility where you can sit down, have a coffee, and then re-enter the building and take on more, and what have you. But again, you need experts for that. And I think, if you're asking a project leader who is going to have to grow the cultural sector, within this community to sort of get ready to move into this building, also to take on the hat of the, I now have to have a successful cafe or restaurant. I think it's going to be hard to mix those. The other thing is equipping these kinds of facilities. I had one of my last projects was a community center in Pelham, in Fonthill, Pelham, community of 17,000. And they have, again, predictions are 100,000 people, a lot of sports. They have sports, they have a black box as well, meeting rooms and what have you. They gave the rights to run the cafeterias or the concessions on 2 different levels to the Junior B Club, type of thing. A little bit of a mistake as far as I was concerned, I thought, because I had a gentleman indeed from Welland, call me and say, listen, I've run a shop in Bermuda, and my wife is from Welland. We just returned. I'm willing to invest in this place. I'll equip it. I know how to run this thing. But, again, it's like you need to sort of balance out, what is the focus? And the focus, I think, for the town was to give the Junior B team as much revenue streams possible to maintain having that level of hockey in their small community. So that was the trade-off. But I agree with you. I mean, fundamentally, I agree with you on that. Yes, there should be something like that. But I also believe that, for instance, in St. Catharines, they didn't put it in because they wanted to support the new business on St. Paul, And so in your case, if we're talking about empty storefronts, on Yonge Street, what would that mean if then somebody would open up in Yonge Street? And I think we shouldn't forget the library, because they also have a little, cafeteria, and maybe, that can be pushed over to them. So those are some of the
Thank you very much. I respect the perspective. I'm not going to give up, though, but I respect the perspective.
I was going to say, Councillor, I think you got it halfway to what you wanted.
Just so you know, I'm not giving up.
For sure. I'm not seeing any other comments on or questions on this particular item. We are going to have to take our 10-minute health break as per procedure, but just before we do that, I just have one question. I mean, the overall vision moving forward down the road is possibly there might be some mixed-use residential at the other corner right now where there's some commercial, and you would have the idea is you would have restaurants, bars, what we're speaking about and what Councillor Gallo would like to see. Obviously, it's on the private sector side, but that would face into the square, and I'm just, your thoughts, would that enhance the square itself?
Are you familiar with the project in Ottawa where the art gallery, Art Square, where the Art Gallery of Ottawa had to refurbish? They were in a historical building. didn't have a lot. They have a collection, you know, the Firestone collection. And they were able, their mayor was able, I guess, and council were able to bring together the University of Ottawa, their own art gallery, as well as an outside developer. And what they ended up having a beautiful condo tower on top of a brand new 75,000.
I'll stop it. Not a tower. We'll
Okay,
keep it a bit low.
tower,
Not a tower.
Plus a hotel. You know, they have a hotel in there as well, in their downtown core. So, but no tower. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. So thank you very much for coming. We're going to take our health break right now, Council. 10 minutes. All right, council, we're back. We're going to go back to item number 2. And we had Councillor Humphreys and Councillor Gilliland as the next 2 speakers. Councillor Gardner, you've already spoken twice on this item. Okay. So, Councillor Humphreys, item number 2. This is the outdoor square.
Here, one of my questions were answered during the discussion earlier a little bit, and the other thing for me is, in terms of there was some comments of noise interruption that may impact the cultural center. As long as we're aware and whatever moves forward, that we don't impact that at all. We see some residents' concerns, but I think it's an incredible feature. I think it was brought up by Councillor Gardner, if I'm not mistaken, at one of our meetings, that they would add a feature wall of some sort of running water. So I love that idea very much, and I love the idea of having our ice rink, because people say we have lots of ice rinks in town. We do, but that's weather dependent. This one will not be. This will be a fully functional ice rink through the winter months that'll be maintained and ready to use at all times. We heard from our consultants that this starts bringing a sense of community where people go and they use their people. Our town loves rinks. We had some real concerns from some here. I think I mentioned at the last meeting that some of the rinks, due to weather, we just can't keep them. It gets warm and we lose out. So this will hopefully provide a consistent ice rink for kids to go through, whether it's part of the curriculum or with families. Very, very excited, and I think it's going to be a lot of just a great, great destination for that type of work on the outside.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Gilliland.
Same as Councillor Humphreys, I had a lot of questions that were answered during that presentation, which is fantastic. I did want to kind of speak to the public in a sense that we have received so many questions from you guys, so thank you so much for all your feedback. And I also kind of want to commend Brian Gorham from the library. There are still a lot of questions that will arise, and nothing's really a perfect science, and we are striving to do the best we can to make sure that this is the best community space for everybody. I love the fact that the water feature has been specified. It's only covering a third of space now. There was some concern, are we doing some double servicing with Town Park and the splash pad? And I'm really happy we're really scaling back on that, and this is specifically a water feature. It's meant to give a nice calming area, maybe nice, entertaining, nice to hear water, and you're hanging with some friends, family, or your girlfriend having a coffee or whatnot. And so I'm really happy to see that specific.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Thompson, second time.
Thank you. Just briefly through you to Ms. McDougall. Robin, just to confirm, the $8.3 million that's before us, that is the estimate at this time to construct the outdoor square in its entirety, including these 3 options.
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, it is.
And that most likely the next phase, as we complete detailed design, we would get a further, revisit of that number or clarification of what that will be.
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, there will be a further clarification at each stage of the detailed design.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments or questions on this item? Okay, we're going to move to item number 3. Item number 3 is Library Square addition to the Church Street School. So can I get someone to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Gilliland. Second by Councillor Thompson. Comments or questions on this item? This is specific to the addition to the Church Street School. Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Gardner at the bell.
Once again, there's comments here about the heritage and accessibility considerations. And I don't know if it's exactly in this report, but yes, it is. I would like to say for the record, as it says in the report, both Heritage and Accessibility Advisory committees were consulted on the proposed project. With respect to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, I think they saw different iterations, but I believe at the last one, they had a lot of comments that they felt were significant. And in fact, their committee is mandated to advise the town on accessibility issues. Anyway, none of those comments ever appeared in the minutes. To the best of my knowledge, we never received them. And I don't know why, and I think it's very short-sighted, and I think it's an insult to the committee. And with respect to the Heritage Committee, the first time they saw this design was last week, I believe, last week. And they also had they didn't have questions, they had a lot of concerns. And we don't have any of those before us. And this report should include comments from both those committees. I don't know if there's anything else.
Did you want someone to clarify that for you, Councilor Gardner?
Fine.
Ms. McDougall will be able to answer that for you, I think.
Ms. McDougall?
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. In both cases, the Accessibility Committee and Heritage have seen the schematic design and concept design twice. One was last May, and then again in March. Both times the comments have been relayed to the consultants for their implementation consideration, as well to the in relation to the Heritage Committee. The comments were summarized in the staff members' report from Tuesday evening's General Committee as it related to the Heritage permit application. Those were summarized, and those comments particularly were from the March meeting, this very recent meeting. As it relates to the accessibility, again, the comments were summarized. Yes, in both cases, the minutes have not been before council, but I understand through the clerk they're imminent. However, in both cases, both committee meetings, we had our consultants present. They heard the comments directly, firsthand. They, in some cases, the comments and concerns at the Accessibility Committee related to questioning and confirmation of code-related concerns to ensure the elevator was appropriate size, to ensure that the seating capacity in the theater was accommodating to the accessibility requirements, as well as handicap parking spaces to ensure we've met the requirements, if not exceeded those. Keeping in mind in all of those cases, those types of code requirements are things we're obligated to follow, whether it's building code or the accessibility or AODA standards. Obviously, those designs are required to follow through with that. There was an inquiry regarding, in fairness to council, they did ask about assistive listening devices in the theater. That is already accounted for in our capital project as part of our specialized equipment lists. So there will be assistive equipment for them. They definitely had some comments and concerns in general about parking. They weren't necessarily accessibility related. They were in general comments similar to what we've already heard about the concerns about the number, the limitation. They, as it related to drop-off, lay-by, accessibility from those opportunities, again, the consultants have heard those comments, and we are in the midst of looking at options along Victoria and on Church regarding the drop-off opportunities for those as it incorporates into the parking plan. As far as Heritage goes, and if I go back to that, again, it was in Tuesday night's report, the summary of the Heritage comments from the committee. We have here tonight our consultant from ERA who can certainly comment as it relates to the comments and how we can address some of those comments, or how some of those comments are considered opinion. As far as the principles of Heritage, the staff and the consultant here could comment as it relates to applying principles to the design to ensure we meet the appropriate heritage conservation, heritage principles in the Heritage Act. So if council's interested, they are here to speak to that. But in both cases, those committees have seen the designs twice. The Heritage They would be going back to the Heritage Committee if there's anything significant change in the design that relates to the impact on the heritage property. The Ontario Heritage Trust is one that we keep on as a consultant relay through the ERA assistance as well to ensure we meet their requirements. We have to meet and get approval from the Ontario Heritage Trust to move forward. So they are going to be part of our next stages through detailed design to ensure we do in fact comply and make sure we meet what they expect. So I'm going to stop there. I hope I've addressed some of your concerns about the two committees' comments. We have and will continue to include and address as many as we can comments that they've provided to us. They do find them it's important for us to do that.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. With respect to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, Council never saw their comments. They were never in the minutes. They were never given to Council, although one of our councillors who was chair of the committee fought very hard to get those comments to Council. He did not succeed. With respect to the Heritage Committee, the first drawing that the Heritage Committee, you said they've seen it twice. The one they saw was just an outline of a building. The only time they've seen the design of the building was last week. And with respect to the comments, perhaps there was a summary of the comments, but the comments were not presented because I was the one who presented the exact comments at the General Committee on Tuesday. So I know that their exact comments were not presented and addressed.
Well, you're next, Councillor Humphrey, so if you want. Councillor Gardner, are you?
Yeah, obviously I'm pretty upset about this because some of the committee members are very upset about it. And I think if we're giving facts, let's give the facts. Council never saw or heard the comments from the Accessibility Advisory Committee last year. And with respect to heritage...
Councillor Gardner, I'm going to have to ask, are you suggesting that we didn't receive the minutes for that meeting?
Oh, we received them, but we didn't receive, my apology, we didn't receive the concerns from the committee. And of course, Councillor Abel is not here to speak to that, but many of us were sitting at the table and possibly remember that. So I'm saying we need to be factual about this. With respect to the Heritage Advisory Committee, it is not factual that they've seen the building design twice. The first time they saw this big block on a sheet of paper, they've only seen it once, and it was last week. And their exact comments that were commented at the meeting, and Councillor Humphreys may have a different opinion than I, those exact comments, their concerns were not presented to Council in a report. And as you know, the committee was very concerned about that they would actually get to the General Committee report. It was I that presented those comments. And by the way, they weren't questions, they were serious comments.
Ms. McDougall, did you want to expand on that, or are you? No?
No.
Okay.
Just leave it.
Councillor Gardner, that's all? Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I'm going to say I'm disappointed. I was chairing the HAC committee on March the 5th, and there were some concerns, absolutely, some very good questions. And we had ERA there, we had Heritage Trust, I believe, OH. Okay. Anyway, the questions were asked by all members of the committee, and each question was answered. Each one was answered, and clarification was provided to the members. It was great. It was a great meeting. I know lots of people were there for the presentation, but everyone left when the committee members were asking questions. So the questions were being answered one by one, very clearly, And the concerns have been documented. In fact, the minutes for the meetings the minutes of HAC are coming into our next cycle, I believe. But the concerns were documented on page 5 of 7 in the GC report, PDS 19-019. So the concerns were there. Maybe higher level than every little word, but they were there. The minutes have been asked by one member to be updated, and they have been. This basically says the same thing, just elaborating a little more around it. So it does capture the concerns for sure, but they were answered. My disappointment is that at the end of those, there was quote unquote by members saying, I feel a lot better now. I'm comfortable with this project. I feel better it's moving forward now that I understand that my concerns are being heard. And the biggest one is that with HAC, we have final designs from the OHT have to is required. So any design changes that pose new impacts on the heritage, value, or character defining elements of the Church Street School will be brought back to HAC for further review as an entirely new heritage permit. So if there's anything that changes from this last plan of this building, will have to come back as a brand new permit. So after that, I was asked last week by the mayor, how did the vote go? It was unanimous to move this forward. So I'm very upset. I won't get into the details, but when I was asked by that question on Tuesday night, how was the vote? I'm not going to say it was 100% everyone was in. They voted in favor. And the questions were answered. I'm not discounting the concerns. The concerns were valid. And they were answered, and they even respected the answers. The answers were well provided by the consultants. I thought the meeting was great, and it was powerful. And it's not ending there. The concerns are documented, and we still need to move forward. Those concerns from a heritage perspective are not going anywhere. They're going to be followed closely, and they're going to be addressed. Maybe everyone doesn't like the way the building looks. It's going to be hard to get 100% buy-in from everyone. We wish we could, but you know what? It's the best, anyways, I'm getting a little emotional because I received something I didn't feel was, I'm not that, anyway. So what I'm trying to say here is that those concerns from a HAC perspective, Heritage Advisory Committee, were documented. They're in. The minutes will be coming in the next cycle for everyone to see. They're included in the last minutes from the last meeting. And if they're going to be slightly updated, absolutely. But there's going to be no. Sorry, I'm running out of time probably here, Mr. Mayor. But really, what I'm just trying to say is that the concerns aren't discounted. They're not being ignored. They're going to continue to be there and be answered to every step of the way. That's how I feel from a HAC perspective. I love our heritage of our town. I'm not going to try to, anyways, from that perspective, we just need to state the facts, and the facts are that this is documented and have been answered.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. And just before I go to Councillor Thompson, I might remind councillors that under the Municipal Act, minutes make no note or comments within minutes. I think that we're all aware of that, and the only one I would give a little leeway on that is Councillor Gilliland, because she's new and might not have seen that aspect within the Municipal Act. But I think that we're all very familiar with the Municipal Act and the understanding that minutes do not make any comment and no note. The comments, the concerns are always going to staff. Staff take those, work with the consultants, and they deal with it, and it gets through to us. We were all sitting there at those committee meetings. We heard what the concerns were and the comments were, and I'm very confident that staff are working on those concerns and comments. And as I said, but we all are aware that minutes do not make any note or comments within those minutes as per the Municipal Act. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I just want to speak about the linkage. So, you know, the concept of the linkage between the two, I'm supportive of. I think that it does add to a tremendous amount of possibilities. I'm just not clear of the next steps. I know that in our one-on-ones with staff, you know, I did express my concern, and it is noted in here, I'm sure others did as well, that an on-ground linkage would create a divider or take away from the open and welcoming environment. And so staff go on to talk about above ground versus underground, but there's no cost estimates here. There's no real picture of what it may look like. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can provide direction to staff to move forward with this. So through you to Ms. McDougall, with regards to the third recommendation, what kind of direction are you looking for from council at this point in time with respect to the linkage?
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, we would be looking for direction, even number one, do you want staff to pursue an option? And if you can elaborate on which option. If it's you don't like any of the on-ground for various reasons, then give us that guidance so we can hone in on an option that you may prefer. So at this point, we have the estimates of those on-ground. We don't have an estimate of an above-ground or an underground. We elaborate a little bit as to concerns about an underground, and ultimately would be a staff's recommendation to consider an above if it was an option. So our ask in the recommendation number 3 on this report is to give us some guidance if you're even interested at all in a linkage pursuit, and we will certainly go off and evaluate that with the consultant and come back with a cost estimate for council for consideration.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. You know, from my perspective, I am interested in the linkage. I do, you know, I am a little concerned about the on-ground one. I think that, you know, I want to try and maximize the square as much as possible, and you know, it does take away a little bit of that space, and so, you know, that's why I kind of would rather us look at other options, be it underground or above ground. But it always comes down to cost, and I recognize that both of those options would be significantly more. You know, and I tend to also be a little bit visual. It would be nice to have at least a mock-up or a sketch of what that above ground or bridge would look like, because I think, you know, it does impact the overall vision of the square. There's benefits to having it above ground. It then becomes sort of a vantage point to see things from inside the square, but, you know, how does it connect? Where does it connect? I mean, having sat on the library board for many years, I know there was conversation at one time about, you know, the second floor and opportunities to expand it, and, you know, does it lead into there, or where does it lead into? But again, from my perspective, yes, I'd like to continue that conversation about a linkage. I'm not in favor of the on-ground one and would like to explore the other two options, but again, it comes down to price.
I would agree with you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and along the same lines as Councillor Thompson, I would say the next direction would be to get an estimate, get some visuals as to what that would look like. And given that, you know, it's been, you know, painstaking over the last couple of years getting this, you know, off the ground, and now we're having this conversation, and it seems like we're on the 1-yard line, and it's exciting, and I don't want to have to go back to my own 30-yard line again to have this same discussion on a link. That would be really painful, and I probably won't be around at that point. But it'd be nice to, I'll still be alive. But it'd be nice to get this on this current phase. If we're going to spend the money, let's just do it all now, so that there's no more construction or lengthening the construction period for the residents there.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Any other comments or questions on item number 3? Councillor Gartner, second time.
I'm also not in favor of the on-ground link. I've heard you can make these tunnels very interesting and exciting, so I'm waiting to see it.
Do you have a preference?
So it would be the above ground link, and that would be enclosed, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And so you'd like to explore? more.
That's the one I would like to explore.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to item number 4. And item number 4 is parking strategy. Someone want to move the recommendation? Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Humphreys. Comments or questions on the parking strategy? Councillor Gardner. I was just about to do the countdown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I looked at this. I'm pretty familiar with that parking area. I find this a little hard to believe. But in any case, I think we need to speak in particular to the library's parking. The library is very dependent on having a good amount and convenient parking. They have a lot of their visitors are families with small children, people carrying a lot of books away from the library, and as we know, Aurora has one of the largest seniors population. So, you know, some of you are young, and I wish I was a bit younger, but from my perspective, I understand how hard it is for seniors. Aging is not easy, and it's really not kind sometimes. There's a lot of mobility issues involved. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of loneliness, and the library is very, very important to seniors staying connected to the community, and easily accessible parking is extremely important. So for the theater and the new cultural building, well, you can park as far away as you want, but the library needs their parking. So somehow plan that the library has enough convenient, accessible, age-friendly, kid-friendly parking, and the rest of us can walk to the theater. And I do wish that somebody at this table would support me on that.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify the part about the long-term strategy that's in item 4. Staff talks about the quick wins and the long-term strategy or long-term option, and it states that there could be a potential parking structure on the northeast corner. And I just want to, we did receive some feedback as to why would you have surface parking and then to rip it up to only build a surface level parking, and it just destroys the work that's already been done. And just want to clarify that that's not an option that's being recommended by staff. It's a long-term option, and that's all it is. And because this is a report that has to bring out all options, and they're just putting it out there, and it's likely not a feasible option, but it may be an option if other opportunities present themselves, and that's all that is. And so I just wanted to bring that out.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment in regards to the accessible parking, and what we discovered during the last meeting with the accessibility and the new presentation is that they were adding some additional spots on Victoria and had talked about possibly adding more. So with the spots that they were suggesting would equal about 8, and with the compliance, what we would need at 4%, that would mean we'd have twice as many spots, and we actually are over compliant with the amount of accessibility that we do offer. They were the consultants were very good at accepting our considerations for adding possibly a drop-off at church as well. And so what that essentially means is that there would be drop-off locations for whether you had accessibility issues or not on pretty much every 4 corner of the facility itself. So they are taking consideration of making sure there's pathways from all avenues. And we also had asked for consideration to ensure that the bus stops at the sidewalks were easy to go on and off, whether you had a wheelchair, a walker, or any kind of accessibility issues. So that was also discussed as well. So I just kind of want to throw out there that we are being over compliant in that sense, and they're willing to work with us to make sure that we do have accessibility for as many people as we possibly can. What was the last thing I wanted to say about parking? I just kind of wanted to point out there as well that I know that we did receive quite a bit of literature and emails from the public as well on parking and looking forward, and just to ensure that, you know, as council, that we are, you know, looking at opportunities in long term, and you know, it's not over with the amount of parking that we have, and really encouraging that the public also does walk, because I think we should encourage a healthy living and healthy active lifestyle. I mean, it is about bringing the community together and getting out of your car and walking and enjoying the scenery and being a part of it. I really feel with the plan that we've been presented today and the amount of extra parking that they're giving us on Victoria is pretty satisfying to get us started to where we need to be.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much. I appreciate the extra information that Councillor Gilliland has just shared with us. It's good to hear that we're over the AODA standards and guidelines, and we strive to be that way. I know we have an amazing accessibility committee that have always been sort of prided themselves in ensuring that we just, you know, take it to the next level. So I'm excited about that. Thank you so much for sharing that. That helps me feel better about what I'm hearing. And it looks like we have, again, a short-term, quick wins, and on to the longer-term parking strategy, which I'm very excited about. And, you know, we heard a lot about, you know, when there's a destination to go to and so on, I think a lot of people will be excited to, you know, get a little spot, walk a little bit, maybe perhaps longer than that would be then perfect. But it seems to be very common when there's large events in any type of environment, whether it's a concert downtown or you know, a big concert in a big park, you've got to find your spot and find your way over. And hopefully it's as easy as possible for most, but for aging population and others that have accessibility issues, sounds like we've got, you know, good leeway in terms of parking to accommodate, which is really critical. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Iarello. Anthony, would it be fair to say from a planning perspective that, you know, certainly you and others within the department not only look for opportunities to address this issue in the downtown core, but if this does do what we hope it does and spur further development in the downtown core, that we'll continue to look at opportunities maybe to work with some of these redevelopment applications that may come over the years as opportunities to open up parking and provide shared space and or resolutions to the issue.
Mr. Iarello.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think what's proposed today with the quick wins is really meant to address the current planned on-site parking demand. As the demand potentially increases, there will be opportunities to look at alternative options. We've outlined some of our own longer-term options that involve acquisition and perhaps redevelopment. With the Aurora Promenade being an intensification area, there will be additional opportunities as redevelopment on the private side gets brought forward in order to perhaps continue to increase the parking supply in the downtown core.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments or questions? This specific item? I just quickly, in addition to some of the quick wins in the short-term options that are being identified, I mean, I think that all of us sitting at this table are aware that, and staff are aware that council and along with staff are working on some long-term strategies and some opportunities to provide additional parking to the square and in the surrounding areas. So that's there. We know that. We're working on those things. We're not dismissing the parking issues. I think that we all agree while it states that there's adequate parking in the surrounding area, we all understand that, you know, as we grow and as we get to that point, that we're going to need some additional parking. But I think that over the proposed construction period of 18 plus months, it will give us ample time to come up with that additional parking for the area. And that's staff being confident at that, and I think council's pretty confident at that as well. And so I'll leave it at that for right now. And if there's no other comments, we will move to item number 6. Well, I'll go back to 5, but there's only Councillor Kim has spoken twice, Councillor Thompson spoken twice, Councillor Gallo spoken twice on number 5. Councillor Gilliland, would you like to speak again to item number 5? Councillor Humphreys? Councillor Gardner? You would? Okay. You've only spoken once on item number 5, which is the proposed operating plan. 5 minutes.
Page 29, starting at page 29. So I just want to make some comments. With anything that the town is going to do, I think we need to be very careful that we do not affect our local businesses. It seems to me when I see some of the future programming uses that there's a lot of things here, acting workshops and lessons, dance, theater, movement classes, visual arts, children and youth theater, summer camps, visual arts programs, music lessons. A lot of these things are offered by private businesses, and we are not in the business of competing with them. So whoever is going to be in charge of that, I would like that to be very clear in our minds. With respect to the town of Aurora's cultural partners and who might be using this, I'd like to note with the Aurora Farmers Market, it says, while the market does not have any immediate plans, well, we can't count on something that isn't immediate. And they're also looking for affordable space. And a lot of these are the Aurora Historical Society. Well, they're looking at a place for their books, and they're looking for affordable space because they don't have a lot of money. And the library doesn't see, yeah, they're interested in more collaborative approach, but I don't think they're looking for any space. So I'm not sure why they would be here in the space needs. The Aurora Seniors Association, we subsidize them. So if they need more space, and they do, who pays for that? Is that the town who's paying for that? The Aurora Sports Hall of Fame, they would like some space, but, you know, are we subsidizing them as well? Pine Tree Potters, they want dedicated space, but I don't think we have enough room to give them dedicated space. Society of York Region Artists, well, they use the cultural center, so every time something moves over from the cultural center loses revenue. So I think we need to be careful what goes from the cultural center to the new facility. And can it be replaced, or is the cultural center going to be more compromised? I know how much money the cultural center spends on, how much time they spend on making sure they have enough money. Theater Aurora, I haven't heard that they were interested in space, but I could be wrong about that. No comment on Music Aurora. I do have, I'll leave Marquee to the end. The Aurora Community Band, they also want affordable space, and they're also looking for a stage that can accommodate an ensemble of 60 to 80 performers. So I don't know what we could do for that. And the studio tour, they're looking at opportunities to create an exhibit space, and we've never as a council talked about how we're going to, or if we are going to exhibit art. The film circuit needs 300 seats. Right now they're doing so well. They use Cineplex. That's 300 seats. We don't have 300 seats to offer them. So I am doubting the value of these pages in the report. And what I would like to specifically say, I don't have long, we got an email from Marquis. Marquis is quoted in these pages as saying, the proposed expansion has much to offer and would definitely use available rehearsal spaces and the larger theater space, although it is somewhat limiting in terms of their current needs. That's the quote from us. And from them, they took the trouble to email us and say that any use that they would do would be dependent on cost, and that they have a big problem with parking. They have a lot of aged grandparents and special needs kids and younger kids, and they're saying that parking would be a nightmare. And then they took the time to send us a further email and says, the stage is small for our needs, to be completely honest. I have stated this a number of times with various people.
Councillor, you're past your 5
Well,
minutes.
I would like to know why it says that they're interested in using the space when there's a lot of problems with them actually using the space. So I am just wondering about the value of this section of number 5, and that's all I'll say about that.
Thank you. Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as it relates to the consultation we did with each of the proposed or cultural partners that are noted in the business plan, in all cases it was a representation provided to us by the groups that provided us FaceTime and one-on-one consultation with our curator, actually, who helped us with that consultation, and then supporting that, Intercom may have also done some consultation as well with the cultural partners. In all cases, of course, they all would like to have rental rates at a reduced rate. They're non-for-profit. I think part of the evaluation that the Intercom has done relates to consideration, and that's part of the survey, of a non-for-profit rate versus commercial rate. Each of them that did supply the response to the surveys provided us with the feedback as to what they'd be willing to pay. So we are confident in the rate as it relates to the nonprofit rate we're providing in our business plan. As far as the groups and their commitment to participation, that's partly what needs to be verified next round. In all cases, they're very supportive of the activities, but of course, money and for them as a nonprofit will be a determining factor for them, and the availability for how much they can use the facility. In some cases, it might be an event a year. It might be moving a workshop from one facility to another. It might be enhancing or expanding their activity or an event. So instead of only having 100 people at it, they now can have 250 people at it, but it might only still be one event a year. They've shown varying levels of support, and in all cases, they're all very supportive of it. It's a matter of understanding where their capabilities are as a nonprofit organization. And to us, the confidence from our cultural partners in this project is we're confident they're supportive of it. We are confident that they have activities that could move into this facility right away. We are confident that the rate that the consultants have considered as to working our budget with would be in line with the nonprofit capability of engaging in this facility as a rental option. So I think it's a matter of the surveys or the research we did to understand the commitment that they do like the project, they want to be part of the project, but they still are trying to understand what their opportunity could be. And I think that's going to be part of the next stage, to be part of that marketing promotions of what our capabilities are in this facility, and working around and learning what our commitment from them can be, and working out those agreements of what that option is. So I'm quite confident that what the research we've done is legitimate. In fact, in all cases, What was written in here, we vetted and sent back to the organizations and had them confirm that the language and the wording that we put in our business plan is what they were comfortable with. So again, I'm confident that what we have is what was provided by our cultural partners for us to include in our document.
And Ms. McDougall, could you just expand, Councillor Gartner asked about the programming that the town is looking at possibly offering. If you could just expand on that one and maybe answer to the fact that, because she mentioned that we shouldn't be in the same business as the private sector, and I'm just wondering, are those programs that we currently provide?
To you, Mr. Mayor, a number of those programs are already activities that we do provide now, whether they are in our other recreational facilities or through our summer camps. Those are initiatives that we, in many cases, already offer. As far as, and I know there's always concern from a council of a caution about competing with private entity. In a number of cases, and as a recreation cultural entity, we are often seen as that entry-level opportunity. And then with additional skill sets, people usually then take their children or them themselves go off to more of an expert entity or a dance studio. But we tend to often be that grassroots, give it a try, see if you like it, get a taste for it, and then you might go further and find some more expertise in your field. So it is very common for municipalities to offer programs like these. Again, it's in all recreation cultural guides that you'll see across the region. These are very common entities. Not to say that this council may feel it's not appropriate, but just to reassure you that it is a common theme and a common activity for the department or the municipality to offer.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. So, Councillor Humphries, Councillor Gilliland? No? Okay, so we'll move to item 6. Item 6 is the financial strategy. Can I get someone to move the recommendation? Councillor Kim, Councillor Thompson, second. Comments or questions on the financial strategy? Going once, going twice. No comments or questions on this one. Okay, Council. You know, before we start to vote, what I'll do is, I think if everyone's comfortable with this, if they want an opportunity, I think it's a good opportunity for if anyone wants to kind of just give a overarching comment, I would allow that before we start going down the voting path. Does anyone want to comment? No? You just want to start voting? Well, then hit the... Councillor Gallo.
Mr. Mayor, I have some changes to some resolutions that I'd like to put forward.
Should we do, how about we do that as we start to put them back onto the floor? Do you want to do it that way? I'm just asking if anyone wants to give like a comment overall.
I think we spoke enough.
Okay. Councillor Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know we've all spoken enough, and we're all passionate about this project, and we all love it. But we're so close now at this point, and we've heard tonight, such a solid, business plan. It covers the potential of what this can be for our town, and I said it earlier. I'm most excited about the next steps, because that is a clear definition of what we need to do for this to be completely successful. So in parallel of the build, we begin to initiate the right roles to be in place to begin to really have a full package that will make this really successful. We've been talking about it since 2010, some of us around the table. I think we started off with our first budget meeting and asking, after I think the 6th or 7th or 10th year in a row, what are we going to do with these two buildings, and how much money is it going to cost us to have, to pay for the roof and HVAC? And we started talking about what could this place be, and oh yeah, we heard parking. Just pay it, make parking. But you know what? This is our opportunity. This is it. Like, we're right here. We started off calling it a square, a piazza. I was always going the Italian European route. We have to have a piazza, and I often think, like Councillor Gallo, absolutely, I think once this begins, that you can't help but have many private businesses coming forward to want to be able to be part of this and open up those little restaurants and cafes and stores. It's just going to be such an attraction and a place and a destination. And you know what? Our town deserves that. Our stores downtown are suffering. So many don't last, or they come and they go, and some that are really trying hard to sustain their business there. I mean, this is what we have been talking about year after year after year. How do we truly revitalize downtown, our downtown core? We heard it tonight from many individuals that support it in the community, and this is our chance to truly have our downtown thriving again, and it will spill out and make it a place that we're all going to be proud of. So for me, I'm going to be very much in support of tonight. We've maybe from my perspective, it's been a constant discussion and thought process and many consultations over the years, that it's time to do something. And if this is probably our last chance, if we don't, then we might as well change the vision of downtown. We've gone so far, we need to continue to move forward, and we have to be the ones leading this. I mean, we've done it. We've got public input. We heard the concerns, parking, soil, water, but we've got the right people in place to address these issues as we go along. I think it can constantly be looked at and constantly be improved, so that it truly becomes something that we're all very, very proud of. So for me, Mr. Mayor, I'm really looking forward to seeing this move forward this evening. I hope we get there. I think it'd be something that we're going to be talking about for the next few years, really celebrating how we see it move forward and come to fruition. And hopefully we'll all be successful in celebrating here in about 2.5 to 3 years together to really enjoy what we've done for our town. So I'm really looking forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Humphries. Councillor Kim.
Thank you. If we have a piazza, is it possible to have a Korean restaurant in it?
Yes, absolutely. It's multicultural.
At the amendment you're putting forward?
Sure.
Ms. Kim?
I just wanted to, tie this all together. I thought that this was an excellent evening, with lots of great information, and I think definitely the tide has turned. But I just wanted to tie this up by saying, some believe that one should not embark upon a new strategy, new build or endeavor, unless conditions are perfect. And usually those perfect conditions don't come about. Rarely are conditions perfect, and given this, there's always room for those who are fearful and trepidatious. And I understand that with a project of this scale, it can seem daunting. Consequently, there will always be those who are critical from inception to completion. In the investment world, there are always people with the glass half empty view. A recession is right around the corner. The financial market will tank. Like a broken clock, eventually this view is right once a cycle. One thing that I have learned in life is that one cannot simply disagree with data that disagrees with one's position. And further, we cannot go along a path of a narrow biased thesis and surround it with the wrong narrative to support one's thesis. We have a wonderful and successful community, and it has been gained through decades of hard work from residents. The greatest danger that success brings, unfortunately, aside from arrogance, is the fear of losing what has been gained. The courage and willingness to risk that breeds success are endangered after success is obtained. It seems that to some, risk management is defined as avoiding risk altogether as opposed to taking the right risk. Risk is conveyed as a bad word, and I believe this is the right risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just briefly, obviously I'm supportive and have been for many years, but this has been a long road for some of us, and it's been a bit of a marathon, and we've had lots of stops along the way. And this is, while progressive tonight, there still are, other checkpoints as we go along. Keep in mind as we're making our decisions this evening that there are still, as per the project schedule, 2 more points this year, whereby reports will come back to this council, and this council will make a decision on whether to continue to proceed or not. And so those that have concerns, those that may want to see other elements, there will certainly be other opportunities along the way this year for you to make sure that they have been addressed before we proceed to the next phase.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a very exciting opportunity for our community, and it has been a long time in coming, and I am in favor of it. But I've raised some cautions, and I hope they'll be considered. I'm very pleased to know that the water issue is going to be taken care of, and that somebody has said they can confirm that 100%. I'm shocked. But, I mean, that to me was the very big problem, and the climate change issue. I'm still very concerned about the parking. It's especially with respect to the library. The library was just sitting there minding their own business, and this has all come upon them and their patrons, and we need to keep them whole. And I think that's very important because our library users are very important to us and are in huge numbers compared to any other people who use cultural facilities. With respect to, nobody raised it. It is in item 6, but I think the taxpayers need to know that there is going to be a one-time tax levy increase of 1%. Looks like nobody's voted on it or discussed it. It looks like it's going to be spread over 3 years. So it is going to cost the taxpayers more money, and hopefully they'll believe that it is a valuable tax increase. But I don't think we can be silent on the fact that we're going to be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. Wow. I just want to say, wow, I can't believe we're here tonight. I was really shocked to hear that 93 meetings later since 2015, we finally made it here. I'm so excited. I know the community is so excited. There's a lot of people who just cannot wait for the shovel to hit the ground. It's still a long ways to go by the time we get to completion, and I know we've got some more work to do, but I am so proud of all the hard work that staff has done and the consultant. I know the public has been really engaged and they have given a lot of input. I know that we've replied as much as we can, as much detail as we can, and wow, what some really great detail provided by staff. So I was like, thank you for that. You really helped us in communicating that to the public, and I think it's super important. And I also kind of want to say, I know you guys just released this 4-page PDF brochure, which will be public, and it's a great outline to kind of outline kind of everything that's going on, which is fantastic. We're on our way to revitalizing our downtown core. Like, we're on our way, and it's about time. So I'm really super excited about moving forward with this tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. I was only going to allow it one time. Councillor Gartner, just go around and make comments once, but I'll go ahead quickly. Sure.
CAO or through Mr. Gartner. So I think I've mixed this up. There's going to be 2 tax levy implications. There's going to be the one through the incremental net operating costs, and then there's going to be the one that has to do with the repayment of the debt, and that's the one that's going to be, we promise, I'll say that better, a one-time tax levy increase of 1%. Do you know what that would amount to?
Mr. Gartner?
Through you, Mr. Chair, 1% currently represents about $470,000, a 1% tax levy.
So this is going to come off in 2020, so it should be basically still about that amount.
It could also be phased in.
It progressively generally goes up a little bit each year, but it'll be a ballpark around that amount, yes.
Okay,
You're referring to the repayment of the debt.
Yes, okay, so I need advice here. We've got two things that's going to be going on with the tax levy. One is the repayment of the debt, and one has to do with the operating costs, and we're phasing that in so that there won't be a shock in when this opens, and it will give us a chance to play catch up with the programming.
Mr. CO, I'll get our CO to answer that one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just add, so the 1% for the debt financing is in this model as an illustration at that level of debt. We would come back to council with once we have more certainty on the grants and more certainty on other aspects of the financial plan. I also expect that at some point there'll be probably a discussion about how much of the hydro fund you want to use versus debt or versus other reserves. So this was really done as an illustration that for 1%, you could afford to borrow that amount of money for that period of time if that made the whole equation work out. But we expect there'll be more discussion on the debt. It's really to show that for a 1% increase, that's the level of debt you could support.
Thank you. So maybe in the next stage of the process, well, as soon as we know what the granting is going to be, then the public can know exactly what's going to be added to the tax levy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Renner. Any other comments? While I think we're all excited, I think the public's excited, I think our cultural partners are excited. We do still have a few more steps along the way to go, but I do agree with what our library CEO Bruce said, is that this is a pivotal point, and I think that it's a point in time that not only that we will remember, but I think that our residents and all our community members will remember. We did start this journey quite a long time ago. I'm not going to go back to 2006, but 2015, Councillor Thompson and myself brought a slightly bigger vision for the cultural precinct as a whole, which came out and was born out of the Promenade Plan. From there, we decided to concentrate and focus on Library Square. And as was mentioned, 93 meetings later, through public consultations, talking with our key stakeholders, this is the plan that has been developed. Talking to our residents, this is what they want. They're excited about this. And so I'm thrilled in moving forward with this, obviously, and I'm proud that this council has taken this step. And I think it's an opportunity for our town to move forward, but move forward with going back to our roots almost, and looking back at our heritage and improving that downtown core that's been talked about for so many years. 20 years, 25 years. People have been talking about what are we going to do with that downtown? How are we going to bring it back to life? Here we are. We're at that point. We're going to do it. From my travels, talking to other municipalities, talking with businesses from outside that are looking to come to this town, they're all excited about what we're looking at doing and achieving here. But as was mentioned, they're not willing to come or to put in or invest their money until we are willing to sign on the dotted line and invest our own money into our own community. And I don't blame them. At the end of the day, if we're not willing to invest in our community, how would anyone want to invest their money in our community? So I think once we move ahead with this, I think you will see the floodgates open as far as businesses, people looking to invest, and our downtown core will return to its past glory. So I'm in favor of moving forward, and so we'll start going through the votes. And we'll start with item 1, which was just to receive. Councillor Gallo.
Is now an appropriate time to place an amendment on the floor?
For this one?
Yeah, it's related to 2 and 3 are virtually identical in terms of my amendment.
Okay, so this is number 1. This was just to receive.
Okay.
This is just to receive so how about on the next one? I'll come back to you. So I'm going to call the vote on this one to receive for information. This is to receive the report, the planning policy report. That carries unanimously. Number 2, Councillor Gallo, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to take a stab at this, and You know, and it's certainly the intent is not to delay anything or I'm wholeheartedly in favor of this process, but there's one aspect that I'm just still stuck on, and I'm hopeful that council will support me on this and that we can move forward. So in the second point there, the design of the Library Square outdoor space be approved as presented in the amount of $8,380,500. And my amendment would be subject to receiving the 14.1 million Canadian Cultural Spaces Fund, and should the town not be successful, a full funding model be developed, including a capital campaign strategy.
Mr. Clerk, did you get that? Could you say that again, Councillor Gallo? Councillor Gallo, do you have it written down? Could you email it to the clerk, possibly? Just so he can get it up on the screen for everyone.
I could try.
Yeah, why don't you just take a picture of it and then...
Okay, that might be fast.
That works for you,
Yeah, of course. That's it there.
Excellent, thank you.
So while we're waiting, does anyone want to second that amendment, or do you want to wait to see it on the screen before anyone wants to second it? Wait for the screen? Okay.
Pretty fast. Mr. Mayor, just to explain a little further, I guess. The intent is obviously to secure the funding, and obviously if we don't have that funding, to have a solid financial plan, which would include, as we've discovered this evening, a capital campaign strategy. Because as it stands, at least publicly, and I know we've discussed some other options in our meetings, but publicly, if we don't receive that 14 million, we have no other plan. And as it stands in this report, and to me and to everyone, resolutions that we pass are obviously very important because that's the direction we give staff. And currently, the resolution is to approve, in this case, the square at $8 plus million. And I'm not prepared to do that unless I have a solid funding plan.
Okay, so is what's on the screen, Councillor Gallo, what you're proposing as an amendment? I just want to make sure you're okay with what's on the screen before I ask for a seconder.
Yeah, it was 14.1 million.
14.1. So we can switch that. Other than the number, is everything good?
Yes, that's what I...
Okay, anyone want to second that? Councillor Gartner, second. Any comments or questions to the amendment? Mr. CEO, if you're ringing in my ear that you want to make a comment on this, so go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, just a couple of things. If I can suggest, I wouldn't be so specific as to put down the Canada Cultural Spaces Fund. You notice in the reports that while we have talked about an application of that magnitude to that fund, we in the rest of the planning, we've just referred to it as grant funding because we have applied for the maximum amount for that particular fund. And the fund requires that 2/3 of your funding be secured. They don't want to be in a position where the project only goes ahead with their funding, so they ask for that commitment up front. And by taking out that specific fund, we allow the opportunity for us to pursue other grants, which we also want to pursue. So if it would be acceptable, it would be, I think, better from a town going forward perspective to make these things happen, to put the limit on, or to put the limitation on grant funding more generally as number one. And I would still want to make sure that at the end of the day, council still, staff would need to know whether the other 2/3 is committed, is the bottom line. Because if we went back to the fund and said, without this, the project doesn't happen, then technically we're not eligible to apply for the fund. So it's a bit of a catch-22, but I understand the intent of it. I'm just trying to clarify the way that the grant works and what our overall plan is to apply for other grants as well.
Councillor Gallo?
Fine with changing the Canada Cultural Spaces grant with the terminology that was used in the report. It's the 14.1 million. It doesn't really matter to me where it comes from.
So you make that change, Mr. Clerk? Okay. So I have 3 speakers so far. Councillor Thompson?
I guess just in general, I mean, as we've said tonight, the reports will come back in June, or the summer, I should say, and there's another one coming back in the fall, each time with amended and hopefully more precise, detailed costs, further information about granting. The funding strategy is a little bit fluid. I mean, we approve capital projects for the next 10 years in excess of over $100 million. Some of the fundings are loosely based. For example, we have a rec center in there for $20 million. That's not all laid out either. This is just a placeholder. Whether you want to be specific about each one is going to be pulled from, I think that's still open to further debate. As mentioned earlier, I've had conversations with our acting director of finance about whether the best approach is to use our reserves to pay the capital costs here, or is it better to use a debenture in terms of what the yield is and what the percentages are. There's a lot of different strategies we can approach and look at it. I think there's a time and place for it. I don't see any reason to hamstring the motion now and say subject to receiving grant funding at this point, when there's still going to be a checkpoint with the next report and the following report. We all know the procurement process. You can tender it out, and if you're not happy at that point, still cancel the project. So to me, at this point, we don't need to be too specific on the funding. Yes, we're going to certainly have a capital campaign and try and raise as much as we can. Yes, we're going to try and reach out and get every grant we can. And when all that information is available, then we'll make a decision on whether or not we're moving forward or not. And so I'm comfortable with the strategy that's laid out now as a placeholder, but I still think there'll be further conversations about how the exact funding of this project will be done, and will be done later.
Councillor Kim?
I know the intent of Councillor Galler is not to delay the project, but I think by putting in, verbiage is important when it comes to council business, and I think this language will effectively and potentially delay the project. Right now, it's still, this is, as we said, it's a high water mark that we've attained today if we go ahead with this vote. But there's still opportunities in the future to make amendments, to look at other alternatives to funding. Personally, if our 2 sources of funding is the venture that we've discussed, we certainly have at the current rates, and in the current 12-month forecast, rates are going to be very consistent. Our reserve funds investments are certainly surpassing that of the current interest rates right now, and so I feel comfortable with financing it. And it's similar to being offered zero financing in a car. Why would you refuse that if the opportunity presents themselves, even if you can pay for the whole thing? The other source of funding is and it hasn't been specifically mentioned, but the Hydro Reserve Fund is right there. I think for us to say we're not going to move forward unless we get free money from somewhere else, I think it's kind of cowardly on us as a municipality. If we really truly want this, are we saying we only want this if we have free money? that we haven't worked for. You know, we sold a very important asset, you know, over a decade ago, to use it for a very, very important and critical milestone project for the town. And this certainly qualifies for a significant project. We're going to be saving $31 million for an emergency that may never happen for generations or in our lifetime. This is something that can improve the lives of residents now. So like I said, you know, there are still other opportunities in the next few months to have alternative, to have that certainty in terms of funding, as Councillor Gallo would like. But the two sources that we have is the debenture and our hydro funds, and that's good enough for me. And I think we need to put our skin in the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Kim basically said what I was going to say. But when we were going through this, we had met one-on-one with the CAO and Ms. McDougall and finance as well. I was pleasantly surprised to see that we were going to only look at if the debenture works and in the grants, that where our hydro investment reserve was only $3.5 million. In my mind, the hydro reserve is perfect for this type of initiative and investment for sure. So for me, if this works out, wonderful. If we get the grant, if we don't, I think the hydro fund is it's a perfect use for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Gallo, before I come back to you for a second time, I'm going to go to Councillor Gilliland and then Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gilliland.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Kim, you hit it on the nose with a lot of the stuff that you had said there about moving forward. And I just also want to kind of mention, our fundraising partners. And, we got to show that we're willing to invest in our town and to move forward with this project. Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned that in what you were speaking earlier, that, as a town, we got to show we want to invest in our town, we want to move forward, and we're proud of that. And I think this is a really great example of moving forward to revitalize our downtown core. And I would really, really hate to hold this up based on speculation. I really do feel that we have a great funding opportunity here, whether we're using the hydro funds or we get grant money from the governments or whatever sources. It's there. Let's use it. Let's move forward with revitalizing our downtown and be proud of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I know that the hydro fund was meant for something wonderful and important for Aurora. The problem is that we've been using the interest that we get from that hydro money to offset our operating costs and to top up our reserves. So if we use a lot of it for this project, that will make a material difference in our operating budget and our strategy for our reserves. And I don't know, Jason, if I'm not saying it exactly right perhaps, but we've had that in a couple of reports. So I think we have to be careful what we do with that money. On the other hand, as Mr. CEO said, it's hard to get grants when you've got that much money in the bank. Am I basically saying what you said to me? No.
That's what
Okay, I'm saying it myself then.
I said that to
You said that to me. The optics aren't great, but the bottom line is that we've been counting on the interest from that money for quite a while, and I actually didn't realize that till recently.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure it's cowardly to want to explore the opportunity to get funding from different levels of government when that's what they put money aside for. I think that's a little ridiculous to suggest that that's cowardly. what I think is irresponsible, actually, is, funny enough, the smallest part of this entire, I don't know what, 150-page report is actually how we're going to pay for this. Literally 7-8 lines of how we're going to pay for this. And again, I'm jaded because I've gone through this experience before. And three of the councillors sitting at this table have gone through this experience before. And I feel a little deja vu because I said in the mic where Councillor Humphreys is years ago, having this exact same issue. And we know how that ended up with the JOC. Yet, my colleagues doesn't seem to matter. And I'm quite surprised at that because, as we all know, and we all should know, resolutions that pass mean a lot, and the verbiage in the resolutions mean a lot, and the verbiage is very clear, and that's to approve that full amount. And as we know in capital budgets, that staff has full authority after this meeting to spend up to that amount. And I'm happy to hear that some things will be coming back, and maybe there's some more opportunities to refine this, and that's great. And if that is the case, then why are we actually putting a number in there right now? It just doesn't make sense to me. And my comfort level is to secure those fundings before we proceed. We speak about the, whatever the number is, 90 reports and the many, many years. In fact, directly related to the addition to 22 Church Street, it does not go that far. Probably as far as 2014, and like I said before, one paragraph in the Cultural Master Plan. And not a separate building. It was a reuse of Old Library Square and the Senior Center. The approval of this building is about 1.5 years old. The actual, from concept to spending, I think we're at probably somewhere around 1.1 million. So to suggest we don't even have skin in the game, we have at least 1.1 million in the game currently. But it's fine. Let's proceed. I can't support it, but that's my perspective.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Kim, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Gardner. I think over the last couple of years, we have weaned ourselves from using the interest from the hydro reserve funds from an operating perspective. Can you confirm that for us, please?
Mr. Gardner?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Correctly weaned ourselves off of any direct investment income allocations from the hydro reserve. However, the way we invest all of our cash holdings is through a consolidated portfolio. So we take all the cash we have available, including the hydro, put it all together into a large investment portfolio for the main purposes of maximizing our ability to get the best returns for our money and give ourselves the greatest flexibility on our portfolio. So what that means is essentially all the investment income that we generate from that portfolio becomes a little bit hard to reconnect back to the original sources that produced it. Because we use a lot of laddering and stuff of that nature, multiple different types of investment vehicles. It's all that same pot of cash. So bottom line is what I'm getting at is of the $1.6 million in investment income that we allocate to the operating budget, there's certainly a probability that some of that investment income is produced through the hydro monies as well.
Councillor Kim?
So it is going to the parts of it is going to the operating level.
Some portion of it would certainly be supporting the operating budget.
Okay. Is it significant?
It's hard to say. It's part of a collective pot. Essentially, the way we currently you'll see this in the year-end report that'll be coming to you shortly on our investment performance. We earned about $4.2 million in investment income in 2018. Of that 4.2 million, approximately 1.6 goes to the operating budget. The remainder gets allocated to our reserves, including the hydro reserve. So how you look at that, that probably some of the 4.2 million was certainly came from hydro money. The hydro money represents about 1/4 of our total investment portfolio, which is about $127 million, approximately. So there's probably little doubt it's contributing to our investment income to some extent.
Okay.
So that's why in the funding strategy that was put forth to you, we tried to minimize the hydro proceeds that are being used. However, if we do need to use more of them, we'll simply have to modify how we're managing our investment income.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you. So I guess what I just heard is that it's not material, and because the investment income cannot go back into its source, it's going into our many reserves, and it gets diluted in with the other sources of where those reserves came from.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly the hydro reserve is also getting its share of the investment income that's made. In fact, we allocate an extra 0.75% of the return to the hydro reserve, recognizing that it represents a big proportion of our long-term investment holdings. So it's getting its share of the investment income for sure.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Humphreys, second time.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, my understanding is that we are weaning ourselves off, and I thought we had a plan to be completely off using the hydro funds. So I'd like to, I'll investigate that a little bit later. But just relative to Councillor Gallo, and I know exactly what you're referring to from that situation, but the whole approach on this project is very different. Everything for me is very different. We learned a lot from that one, including the management of how this is going to be handled moving forward. I see significant difference. I also see, although it's maybe straightforward and maybe a little too simplistic for you in terms of where we're really getting what details are against the finances, but for me it's either the grant comes through and we support it so that that it's obvious council supports this initiative, and hopefully the grant funding will come through. And if not, we will have to, in my opinion, rely on the hydro fund, and it's there for, this type of, pretty incredible initiatives. So for me, it falls into that. I don't have a doubt for that, so that's my feeling on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Thompson, second time.
So just to add some context, so yes, many years ago, there was a specific line in the budget of $900,000, which was tied to the hydro investment or hydro reserve fund. And over the years, councils have continually reduced that $900,000 to, we eliminated it in the last budget process in 2018 to zero. And so what was happening, in my perspective, was that the hydro reserve fund was not being replenished through investment income, and so it was losing it was losing purchasing power. It was diminishing as a result of it. That was part of the strategy to continue to remove the reliance on it, so those funds could go back into the hydro, at least keep pace with inflation or whatever, because if you look at the time value of money, what could have been bought with that $30 million in 2006 is just a small fraction of what can be bought today. And so, yes, we do have some investment income, and Jason and I have been having this ongoing conversation about it with respect to the funding strategy. And so that's where it comes into, if that money can generate a greater yield or return, then why not look at it? It was the same conversation we've had in the past with other strategies as well. No different than, your own personal finance. Why would you, if you can borrow money and generate a bigger return than the cost to borrow that money, why not?
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gardner, second time.
No, I'm fine, thanks.
You're fine? Okay. Okay. I just want to add that, it was already mentioned that for us to secure this cultural grant, we need to be firm on 2/3. We got to commit to 2/3 of the funding, and I'm the one that's going to have to sit down with our CAO, with our MP, and the minister to have these conversations, is to make sure that we secure this funding, to try to secure this funding. And if we go in and say that, well, council really is not sure unless we get this money, well, they're going to look at us and they say, well, we're going to go to the other community that's ready to go, ready to put the shovel on the ground, then we're going to give them this funding. So that's why I can't support this amendment. Councillor Gallo, last time, I'll let you finish up.
So, Mr. Mayor, and I respect that, and if that is the case, then would you be okay with approving 2/3 of the budget?
Councillor Gallo,
And
I've already stated that I'm comfortable in moving forward and approving the whole budget because I feel that this is the right thing for this community, the right thing to do, and I'm very, very comfortable in moving forward and approving the whole budget.
No, but in terms of not compromising that grant, then let's take 2/3 and say, yes, we move forward with 2/3.
If that's what the majority wants to do, but I'm comfortable in moving forward with the full amount.
Yeah, let's just move forward.
I'll call the vote on the amendment. The amendment fails. Back to the main motion. I'll call the vote. That carries 5-2. We'll move to item 3. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I guess further to our conversation with regards to linkage, subject to Ms. McDougall's input, I'd like to see us move forward with further development of both the above and underground options.
Is that an amendment?
Yes, I guess
Well,
so,
it's to
because it's
provide
asking to
direction.
provide direction.
Yeah.
So,
So, Mr.
does that
Clerk, would that be an
provide,
amendment?
through you to Ms. McDougall, does that give you enough direction to move forward based on the comments you've heard?
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, that's fine. We'll investigate that with the consultants, come back with a new revised concept plan and costing
Thank
for
you.
both bridge and underground.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, call the vote.
On the amendment?
It's not an,
There's no
do we need an
amendment,
amendment,
just
Mr. Clerk? You suggest an amendment? Okay. So we'll put an amendment to provide that direction. That staff investigate both underground and above ground and provide costing
And visuals.
and visuals. Yes, Councillor Thompson needs visuals.
I do.
Anyone want to second that? Councillor Gilliland? Any comments or questions on this amendment? Councillor Gallo?
What's it going to cost us to get this information?
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, I don't have an exact figure, but the consultants have been very cooperative in providing us estimates to date. I'm working with our cost consultant within the budget we have to work with. So I'm quite confident we won't see an increase in our cost.
Councillor Gallo? Anybody else? Comments on the amendment? Okay, I'll call the vote. That carries unanimously. Back to the main motion as amended. Council, before we vote on this one, can I get a vote to extend? Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Humphreys. All those in favor, just your hands. Opposed, that carries. So I'll call a vote on the main motion as amended. 1 sec. And you'll be, oh. And you'll be removing number 3, correct, Mr. Clark? And below ground. It should be both above ground and below ground. There we go. Okay, council. We call the vote as amended. Councilor Garner? That carries 5-2. Item number 4. Parking strategy. I'll call the vote. That carries unanimously. Item 5, proposed operating plan. I'll call the vote. That carries 6-1. Item 6, financial strategy. I'll call the vote. That carries unanimously. Council, that ends our items. Yep, got the confirming bylaw. Can I get a motion? Moved by Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Using your tabulator. That carries. And council, before I call for adjournment, I just want to thank a couple of people. We've had lots of contributors to this project throughout the years, but a special thanks, and I got the names listed so I don't forget anyone. Shauna White, Suzanne Haynes, Bruce Gorman, Anthony Iarolo and our planning staff, Stephanie and our communications team. I did want to throw out a special mention to our former director of planning, Marco Ramuno, who was on this project for a while, as well as Al Downey began through this, and actually probably started back in 2006, and the leadership of Robin, who inherited this project, so thank you very much. And to all the consultants that came out here tonight, and to the public for coming out and hearing us, I think, as I mentioned, at a pivotal moment in our town's history. So thank you very much, everyone. And now I'll call for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Gilliland, seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.